without further ado, let's get right in. So basically, this is actually the overview of the project. And when you scroll down, we just have different sections. This is what we will be building. We have the category section. We have the top destinations section. We have the book your next trip section. It's more like a very small card. Then we have the testimonial section. We have the logo section. I refer to it as the logo group. And then we have the newsletter section. And finally, we have the footer section. So this is what we'll be building out today. And we're going to start the entire process from getting our assets to getting our font to basically setting up the style guide and the color scheme for the entire application. So this is what we look forward to building today. And right, let's get right into it. All right, so I've basically dropped a link to the project itself. If you check it, it has two branches. It has the main branch and it has the starter branch. Right, so the starter branch is where we'll have to focus on. So you can basically change your repository to the starter branch, and you have that. So what you have to do is to clone the starter branch, right? So you can click on contribute, or not contribute, click on code, and then you can see this link here. Make sure HTTPS is selected, and you see the clonable link right here. So you can copy it, go straight to your desktop. I'll just create a new folder here and call it project. It doesn't really matter. Oh, that wasn't spelled right. So let's rename that quickly. Project. So you actually change into it. Okay, so you need to fix this real quick. Very good. All right, so let's make sure that it's a little bit decent. All right, so you can actually right click on there and open up a terminal of choice. And what you want to do git clone. Then you put the clonable link right there. You have to paste it in. So I think I lost track of the link. Copy it again. We go back and just paste it right there. Hit enter on your keyboard, and this is going to download the starter branch for you primarily, right? So we're there, and then we can actually go into it and open up your VS Code from there. Okay, so now we already have an idea of what to basically expect, right? So we're there now, and a couple of things we want to focus on now. So just to mention, this is like a particular template from the Figma community, so you can search it out. I'll actually add a link to the template in the video's description, right? So basically we have different sections here, as you can see from the design. So we just have to basically take it one bit at a time, like the way we did in the previous tutorial, right? So now let's build up the navigation, then we can proceed to other sections as well, right? So when you're done cloning, you're going to have something similar to this. And yeah, you can do ls to see the project, cd into that particular project. And yeah, you see everything regarding that project right there. So what you want to quickly do is to do npm install. This is going to install all of the packages for you basically. So you give it a moment for it to install all your relevant packages, and then when it's done, we can proceed. Okay, so basically we have that installed now, and then we can actually proceed by running yon dev. So this is going to actually spin up the development server, and yeah, we can actually go to that link. So we're going to give it some time for it to spin up. So we basically have the link here. You can just click on that particular link, and we close this up. Okay, so search our page. All right, so while it's still loading, I can just remove this one and put it the actual raw page, so you can be able to see the default page from Next 14. All right, so it's actually loading up. We'll give it some time. It's still trying to obviously compile, right? So we'll just wait for it to compile successfully. So it's compiled now, and then yeah, you can actually see we have the default page, right? Good. So since we already have this, we can actually proceed. You can go ahead and remove everything from this page because we might not be needing majority of the things here. So you can go scroll the way down and remove it. You can remove all of this, and you can just specify the default font we have is Poppins, and you can just say hello world. Make sure everything is rendering as needed. You can remove this as well. So this is going to actually render the hello world in our web page. So yeah, so let's start off by building the color scheme, right? So we'll need to worry about the primary color, the secondary color, and other stuff, right? Okay, so from this design, you can actually see that we have one primary color per se. You know, like the way I always explain, primary color is the actual brand color. Yeah, that color that is actually like used the most throughout the platform, right? So I think that's basically it, and then you can go. You can see that this particular color is used mostly, so it's actually kind of gradient-ish kind of color, but something that we can work with. And you can see it in the arrow section. You can also see it in the category part as well. So you can see it in here, but not quite the same, but still very related. And then you can see it in the newsletter section, right? So now that is for the colors, and we can quickly, add all of this so we have a much more consistent color. So you can copy it. So you just have to, right click on any section that has that particular color and then copy it. So if you have a copy of it, you want to go to your config file right here, and under the extend, right under the extend, there's actually, this is where you add all of your properties, like the colors itself. You can come here and say, okay, define primary, right? So that will be a primary color. Great. Right, so we already have our primary colors. Let's focus on the secondary color. Secondary colors are those colors that are just like used very close to that of the primary. They don't get used, but they use in some cases, right? So what I can see from this design, not much of a secondary color, but what I can see is that this is the actual secondary color. So you can actually pick, it was used here, it was used here, right? I don't see other places where it was used, so that's secondary color for us. It's completely fine. So you can actually grab it, make sure you right click on it, make sure it's well selected, right? And then go to the right pane of your Figma, and then what you want to do is to be able to grab that exact color, as you can see right here. So you can copy that and then go back to your config and set it as secondary. Right, so now we basically have the primary, we have the secondary. Good job. Right, so the other part we want to worry about is, as you can see, some sorts of shape here, but this is something that we can export, not necessarily a color. We can just export this alongside the SVG, so it will not be much of a problem per se. So we don't need to worry about that. So we already know a couple of things now. We have the primary, we have the secondary. Let's focus about the text colors now. What do we have here? This seems like very light bluish color. So we'll copy that, and yeah, we'll go. And then what we're going to call this? So this is going to be the text. So you can just do text. I don't know, should we call this tertiary? I think it would be nice if we call it something that basically represents, the entire, platform basically. So we could just call this light blue. So you call that light blue, it's perfectly fine. Don't forget to add your hash behind the asterisk. Right, so we have that, and then let's focus about around this. So this one is more from it's very light, completely light. This is the X code. So this one will serve as our subtitle. So this light blue, this is actually, I don't know what color this is, of course. So we can actually call this light gray, I think, light gray. So typo there. We can call this light gray. So we'll paste it in. So we have the light gray now. So we basically have this, we have this, which is good. Then we have the white. So it's white. You don't need to define this, but I'll just always like to define all my colors. Right. So we have the white, which is here. We have the same light blue, like grayish sound, grayish, and it's still here. So this grayish, let's see if it's the same. 6, 8. Lots of inconsistent colors. That's something we basically have to deal with most of the time. It is completely fine. So this is actually another gray version. You can actually call it light gray 2 or light gray alternate light gray. So you can paste it right in here. So we basically have we have it now. We have the light blue, we have the light gray, we have the other light gray. So let's go and check category. Good. This is actually the same thing as this, right? The same thing. Let's be sure. 5e. So it's the same thing as this per se. So this is the same thing as this, which is okay. You can close this out. All right, so let's check about this. Check this. This is actually 1418. 1418. Okay, so this is like a title. Yeah. This is a title part. 1418. So we can actually grab this, and then yeah, we can actually just do text title. It's completely fine. So what you want to do is to grab the actual color from here, and then put the hash there, and then let's have that there. Okay, so that's the title. And so let's check a couple of other things. This won't be too fast. Let's check this. Okay, do we already have 1E, 1D as a color? 1E, 1D. We don't. So yeah, we can actually call this subtitle. Completely fine. Go there, grab that, and yeah, so subtitle. So paste in the actual color right there. Okay, so basically have that now. The same thing applies to this and every other one. So let's check it for this. 5e62. 5e6 already have this. We can actually use light gray there. That's completely fine. So the same thing applies for this, I think. So let's check the ROM. Right, so 5e62 we already have that. And 5e62 we already have that. Good. What about this? You can close this out. Easy and fast. 5e62. What about this? 1418. We already have 1418. 1418. Okay, we have the title, so that's completely fine. The same thing applies here. 5e62 and b2. Okay, so we already have lots of this going forward. So we already have a little black that we didn't. It was not like black, but it's like, oh, it's still black, but it has different X value, limited black, I think. So what we're going to do, we can just like create our own version of black there, and we can say it's not complete black, so it's definitely a light black or light dark, anyone that works. All right, so basically I have this as the ash behind it, and then we have another color that it's not very rampant, right? So this is more of a very pink color, I think. So we can just put it light pink. Okay, so we basically have that color now, the same color as this, I think. 8479. That's completely fine. 8482. Let's make sure we have that as well. 8482. We don't have this. That is, that's something we can add quickly. So 8482 seems to be another, light gray color. So we can just grab this And you can come here and call it light gray. So we already have an existing light gray, so we're going to give this a different variation of it. Right, so we're going to add the ash there. We put the actual color, but it has to be light gray alt, and light gray alt 2. That's completely fine. So we can actually take it up to be at the same place as the other light grays. All right, so we have this art icon now, but the weird part about it is just singular, so you can just like add code that, don't worry about it. So we'll go back to the testimonial, go down to the testimonial section. So but what basically have here is you can select these and you can say 5862. Do we have that already? 5862, good. 562, same thing applies, right? So don't have to worry too much. Okay, so we have a logo, don't care much about that. 562, same. So we have a white. Then what color is this, right? So this is very gradientish color. So we'll actually show you how you can be using gradients later on. So this is the gradient. So you can click on this little detached style icon, and you're going to see the gradient right there. So what you normally do here is that if you want to actually copy the actual gradient of this particular shape, you want to change from from this mode, from this dev to this particular dev mode, right? So you want to have that switched on and select it. So you select it, you're going to actually have this gradient. You can just copy this and go to your code, right? So you can go into your code, and what else you want to do? Go to your globals and just say red gradient. So you have that there. You can easily just paste it as the actual background color, right? So that fixed it. So anyway, want to apply this gradient, you just have to pass in this class. Great. So let's see what class this is, what color. 3942. So it's a very it's, I think there's actually one problem with designers. You always face it when you develop an app, is that they're always like inconsistent colors, inconsistent scheme, right? So it's always a very common thing, especially when you're working on startups. All right, so basically have that. And what do you want to do next? Let's check this out. 5862, we already have that. Good for us. We already have lots of things here as well. So we have the black color, not totally black. 08. Yeah, I think we already have that, just to be sure. 08. Yeah, light black, of course. And finally, we have the other one, which is the copyright. So that's completely fine. So you can see from what we've done so far, we've been able to extract the color scheme, and that's something that we don't have to basically worry about, ever again throughout the life cycle of this, application, right? So the other thing we need to worry about is the font family, right? So let's do this, right? So I don't know, do we save this? This actually reddish. I don't know if we added that to our color, just to be sure. That's a very red color, I think. DF. It wasn't added, right? So this should be our tertiary color. It was used sparingly, but it's completely fine. You can just do tertiary. So you can paste that right then, and then we have a much more consistent. Oh, that was actually our primary color. Interesting. So we don't need that. You can take that off. Okay, so we have what we need, except the nav styles. 2128. We already have 2128. Okay, 2128 is not here, so we basically have to just add it. So I can see lots of inconsistent Google fonts all around, but it's completely fine. It's something you experience every now and then. So I'm going to copy that, and I'll go to the so I'll just call this nav text, so it's easy to identify. So nav text is that. Good for us, right? So I think that's all for the colors. So as we develop the app, we can actually add more colors if we want, so that's completely fine. So when you overview this, what color, you see that we have Poppins font. So we need to set up Poppins for our next application. So if you're actually using the starter pack, the starter branch, So you have access to the Poppins font, right? So I've already set this up for us. So we have 400, we have the bold as well, which is 600. So if you need to add any other font, you can just come here and add it. Probably you want to add the 500, you can come here and add the 500 font. So, but I just think we'll be using 400 and 600 for this tutorial. All right, so we have the Poppins, and so what else do we need? So let's over this. This is fuck off. That sounds a little bit Russian, but it's completely fine. So fuck off. All right, so fuck off is another font. So you can see that I've set it up here already. So we have 400 as the weight, we have 700 as the weight. This is the way I'm able to basically pass the multiple fonts in Next.js. So we're using combination of Poppins and fuck off, right? So let's over other fonts. So this is still Poppins. I think in general, this is still fuck off. All right, good for us. Fuck off. Come here. Fuck off. Good. What do we have here? Poppins. So it randomly is a combination of fuck off and Poppins. So that's something that we've been able to achieve or be able to discern, right? So we have two fonts in this particular, two major fonts. I know I saw something like Dan Sans not too long, but we'll just ignore that, right? So basically have assumed that we're using two fonts in this project, which is Poppins and then fuck off. All right, so let's go check this out. Poppins, good for us. Okay, so basically have our font all set up, and yeah, let's worry about our assets, right? So we need to actually grab all the assets we can, starting from the logo all the way down. Okay, so let's grab this. So for assets, it's very easy. You have to select the assets you tend to export. Have it selected, go to the right pane. You see this Let You Export button. So I'm going to show you guys that. So you can see this Let You Export button. So you have to basically click on it, and then you're going to have the the preview icon. Click on this Let You icon by the side, and then you're going to see the preview of the item you intend to export. So you can just click on this export icon. This logo, we're going to actually rename it. Don't worry about it. So one thing I want to do real quick is to just rename all of this so we have a much more consistent flow. So that's the logo. Okay, so one other thing that we worry about, this shape. So there's a shape here, so we have to export this shape, which is one good thing. So you can click on the export again, check the preview, that's the shape. So you can actually come here, we have to rename this to our shape. So we can just call this our blob shape. Blob shape. So good for us, right? So we have this lady right here, right? So this is what I normally recommend. When you click on something that is acting up for some weird reason, right? So what you can do, you can always duplicate what you have, so you can edit it more properly, or just switch this to to the dev mode, so you can play around with it, shift it, and move it around, right? So I'm going to undo that real quick, and yeah. So I will have to undo that, and there's a couple of things I would like to do. You can see that this lady basically has a combination of some aircrafts. There's an aircraft by the side, and there's other aircraft by the other side. So we want to export literally everything together, right? I think that's something great, so we don't have to worry about the positioning. All right, so what we're going to do here is to be able to have the the aircraft basically selected, right? So which is a good thing. So we can now see from the left pane, we have the plane, and then we have the traveler. So we have all of this selected. So the way I was able to select it is to click on any one of them, hold your shift button, and then click on the other ones you want, like the plane, right? So this is going to select the entire thing here. So you can do that with control as well. You can hold control and individually click through the items you want to export. So this is going to have all of them selected. And what I'm going to do, since they are all selected, I'm going to group them. You can do that by hitting the Ctrl G on your keyboard, Ctrl G, and that's going to have them as a group. So since you already have this as a group, you can easily export this group. So what you want to do, go straight to your export icon in export path. So click on the plus icon there, Click on the preview, make sure everything is showing as expected. You can see that we have the lady, and then we have the two aircrafts, side by side with the lady. So you can click on the export icon, and yeah, let's rename what we have. So you can come here, and we're going to have to rename this with to lady and with aircraft. That has a strange naming convention. So we have to actually name this lady aircraft, lady with aircraft. All right, so that's completely fine. Not cap or caps, so sorry about that. So lady with aircraft. All right, so that's okay. So you can see that we already have that lady. Once we try to show it out, you see that we have the lady, and then we have the the aircraft, right around it. Okay, so basically I have all the things we need here in this section. And yeah, let's worry about this. We have this little icon now. So normally what I do here is that you can choose to, basically export just this, or you can export the entire thing. Your choice, right? It's completely your choice. So other than the fact that this is already a gradient, it's completely fine if you don't want to export it alongside it, right? So you can just grab it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just grab the entire thing, have it grouped, and export it. So if we export, you can see that there are lots of spacing in between. That's not good for us. So what we're going to do right now is that we're going to just be interested in the little icon. You can worry about this little play icon, and then we can construct this shape using just Tailwind CSS. So you can export this, and yeah, we're going to call this play. So we're going to call this play. Oh, that's not spelled right. So we're going to call that play. So we have the play icon, we have the lady with aircraft, and then we have one other thing that we forgot to talk about. There's a little bit of shape here, I think. So we have to be very careful how we extract this out. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to move this text here, right? So I'm going to try to move that text here, and let's remove all of the text. So we have the shape, which is good, right? So it's very tight shape, but we can just copy it. This is the shape. We can easily just copy this shape, right? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to just export it and export the shape. So what we're going to call the shape, we're going to call the shape fancy or stylish underline. Okay, good. So we can actually just do Ctrl-Z to undo and make sure that our design is right in place. Good for us. So we have the shape, we have the lady with aircraft, we have the play icon, right? So we basically have also the last one, and we have it selected as well. We'll group it, Ctrl-G, and then we'll come to export, click on the plus icon, and we want to export it. This is definitely a cog, a Shadcn icon, which is more of a cog. All right, so now we basically have all of these assets. And then one other thing we don't have is this little shape right here, right? So we can actually export this as well. Click on that, and click on that as well. So we're going to call this a rectangle shape. Rectangle shape. All right, good. So now we basically have few things to worry about, right? So we're not really using an icon library or whatever, because I think the icons here are pretty much limited. We can just export them, doesn't really matter much. All right, so but we have a couple of images we intend to export, which are these. So we have to export each of these individual images and frame them in. So we can just export that, and let's call this room. It's completely fine. So we can just call that room. Colosseum. It's not for Colosseum, isn't it? So you can just add it highlighted and export as well. So just make sure that you're consistent with the format you're using. PNG, it's not bad. So you can come in here, and yeah, so we're going to call this London or whatever the image they pick, right? So yeah, it's completely fine. Or just call this London. And then right here, we can actually export this as well. So export the image, and yeah, so we can actually call this Europe, right? So we're good, right? So we have a couple of all of those, and there's other one thing that's missing here is this little, SVG. We can just easily export that as well, and we can call it the send icon. It's a very common icon, so you can say the send icon. That's okay. So move on to the next section. Let's see what we have here. So we have a couple of icons, right? So this actually depends on how and how we want it, right? So it's pretty much decent if you want to play around all of this, but at the same time you have to worry about if you want to grab the actual stuff or you want to grab the entire thing. So most of the time there's no point grabbing just this and trying to work your way with CSS, with the padding and borders. You can just grab the entire thing. So you can group that easily and then just export what you see. So we're going to actually call this the, let's give this a much more, this is actually easy and fast. So we could actually just call this, call it anything suitable. So we're going to rename this real quick. And so let's call these, I don't know, man, what we're going to call this. So let's call this icon. Okay, so there's not much going here. So we could just say destination icon, payment icon, and so on. Yeah, so we can do that. Yeah, we could just call it by what they depict. So destination icon. All right, so we'll go over to the next one. Payment icon. Payment icon. And lastly, we have the airport icon. That's quite a name, man. It's completely fine. So let's make sure that what you selected basically has everything. This one I selected before. Not sure if it basically has that. So I basically have to, check it. So destination, payment. Okay, good. It's coming out well. Destination as well. Good thing. So this is actually coming out well. So this airport, we basically have to make sure that we group it together. Some might be really stubborn. Ctrl G, and then try to go to export, and then you'll see it right there. So you can come here, and what I want to do now is to, so basically come in here and just call this the airport icon. So the airport icon. So basically have all of these three icons there already. So now we have another thing to worry about, the image by this side. So now, since it is more a static image, what I normally recommend is export it as an image, right? So you don't have to build up the card from scratch or put custom text in here, right? So it's definitely an image. You should definitely treat it as one, right? So now what we're going to have this selected. We're going to have this other one selected, have this selected, and yeah, just group everything together, and let's see how it's looking like in our export. You can see that it's coming out great, right? So we have everything we need right there. We have the love icon. I think love icon is a little bit missing, but let's export it first and see the bigger view of it. So this is what we got, but then a couple of things is missing, right? I cannot actually find the love icon, so we basically have to bring that in. So we can click on that, click on this, click Ctrl G, and try to click on the export again. So this is just me basically adding the love icon to to what we have. So that makes lots of sense. So one other thing I need to figure out is the shadow. You can see basically what we have here. We have some shadows by the top and by the right, right? So that shadow part is very concerning because you need a shadow as well in your image. You don't want to create this manually, so you can just add it to your image. So we have that shadow. So we basically have the entire thing. So then we have just group them together. And the only thing that might be missing is this love icon and the entire thing. So we group everything together. So when you hover over this now, we have a much more consistent flow that everything is going to be there. So we have to overwrite, click on the export. You can see that we have a combination of the shadow, we have the love icon, and then we have everything. So we're going to export it real quick and go to the file. And what we're going to call this, we can actually call this the next strip image. Next strip image. So next strip is completely fine. So when we actually view this in a large screen, you can see that we have everything. So we have I'm going to close all this out real quick. So we have everything. So we have the blue shadow. We have the card itself. We have the extended card view, and then we have the little love icon by the side. Job done, right? So great. So now that makes a lot of sense. So you can actually go in here, and we have the testimonials. And what do we have? What do we have? We just have a few things. We need to grab this guy, right? So we can basically, this guy is filled with this, and let me see. Okay, so basically I have this guy. So what we're going to do is to try to export him. So you can actually see that we are having it here, right? So the idea is to be able to, probably you're using some package or whatever. It's always very easy for you to, to grab. So we can actually just copy this and then try to export that. So what you can basically see here is, I'll go to the dev mode real quick, right? So go to the image. We have this already like sorted out already. There's just, this is state by state pixel, which is completely fine. We don't have to worry. We can go to preview and just like export it. Does it have a name? So we can just call it Mike. I think his name is there, Mike Taylor. Okay, that's fine. So you can call him Mike, right? So that is Mike for us. So we basically have these two little icons, right? So you can actually grab this if you want to, but not that is a must, right? So if you're using a component icon library, you don't need to basically grab all of this, little icon. You can just, get them from the library itself. So here we're going to actually rename this to chevron down. So I'm going to rename this to chevron down, and this one has to be chevron up, right? That's chevron up. So you can export that as well. All right, so owing to the colors and how everything works, we can actually change the color as well and export. So this is why icon library is very good for you to, handle these cases. So we have chevron up. That's fine. For our use case, it's just a simple demonstration. It's completely fine. Okay, so that is okay for us. And the next thing is we want to worry about the logo group. This is our logo group, and we have it selected already. So you can click on the export icon, and you can see all of our logo group coming right into the frame. So that is a good thing. You can just export it. And now I'm going to actually rename this to logo group real quick. Logo group. So we already have logo group here. So what I'm going to rename this, I'm going to, are you kidding me? Okay, so we're going to rename this to logos. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. All right. So basically I have a couple of things. One thing I forgot to add was this little squish icon by the right hand side. So we basically have to export that as well. So we basically have to export this in yeah, so what we're going to call this. So anything like this, I would refer to them as stylish first. Stylish ring. So we have that called stylish ring, which is completely fine. And yes, we have our logo group, and then we have this little guy. So we can actually grab him. So we make sure that everything inside is also grabbed as well. Have it selected, select the author layer, and then Ctrl G to group it out together. Click on the little plus icon and export it. So this is going to be our send gradient send. And we already have a send, but we can just say send gradient. It's actually an icon, send gradient icon. So every icon I tend to distinguish them by using the icon, suffix. Okay, so we have that. We have all those shapes that are interesting. So we have this by the side, I think. Okay, we have lots of them. So let's see what is giving us. Okay, nothing is coming out there. Okay, let's undo real quick. Okay, so you have to basically try click on it multiple times and oh, it's actually individual. That's crazy. Okay, so let's basically have to group it somehow, right? So that's how you see a much more better result. So you group it and then click on this. You can actually see from the side that we have all the ones we basically selected. So you can just export that. And what do we call this? Round ring. Ring is round, but round ring is completely fine. So that wasn't spelled right. I think I'm missing the G there. Yeah, you can go in here and round ring. So that's completely fine. And one other thing we have to worry about is this one. Oh, we have similar stuff here and here, but it's a little bit different in terms of design. Okay, so once you do that, so what I normally do, I just love to do this all the time, right? Let's take it to the right. Okay, so it doesn't really do much, right? So basically I have to manually select. These are all the ellipses. So you can see from the left pane, we have all the ellipses. So we can just, this is the group of all of them. And click on your export, you can actually see them here. So come here, what you want to do is to basically rename this to round ring left. So we can do this, but this is the right equivalent of it. So we have to rename that real quick. Right, so we basically have the left ellipse, and then we have the right ellipse group. So that's fine. And so here, and then we have this little guy here, this envelope icon. So we have to export it to. So your email. So we can grab it, it's fine. Ctrl G, and click on your little export there and export the group. So what we have this, you can just easily call this envelope. So envelope. Okay, so that's good. So then we've actually come radically to the end of what we wanted, right? So this is not an image, it's more of a text. So but one of the things that makes it quite not like text is the docked icon. So it's something, if it's something we want, we can easily just export it as an image to have the same flow. Or if we don't, we can just construct it as an image. But for now, we can just like export it. But if we don't want to use it, we can remove it later on. So you can come in here. Oh, sorry about that. So export again, and here we go. So we're going to actually call this logo bottom, or the bottom logo bottoms. Oh, all right. So basically have all of this, and so let's worry about this last part. So this is it for us. So we have this G. So trying to export it, we have this little icon, and this is Facebook icon. So we're going to rename this to Facebook icon. Good for us. So we now go to the second one, export. This is definitely Instagram, isn't it? I'm getting old. Don't know what these are anymore. So Instagram. Okay, so we can actually have that Instagram icon. And what else do we have? We have the Twitter icon by side. Click on the export button, export social, and here. So now we basically have the the Twitter. So Twitter is now called X, so you can just call it x.png. Right, so we basically have all of those, and the things that we don't have is the little Google Play icon. So we need it. So you can basically have it selected as a group. So we have all the vectors within it. Click on the export, and yeah, come in here. Let's rename this to Google Play icon. So Google Play icon, and then we have the Apple icon. Okay, so we click on the export. Apple is white, very whitish. So we click on the export group, and yeah, so basically have to name this, I think. Oh, okay, Apple icon. So that's fine. So basically we've come to the end of our set. That was quite a bit. It's always the difficult part, right? So I think the only thing missing now has to do with this this group, right? So we need something like this. So let's check all the group if they are coming in handy. So we can actually see that all of them are coming in handy. So if you've noticed something since our lesson, you notice that we're actually using the PNG format, right? So because if there doesn't have to be like a background for it to work, by default it doesn't really necessarily require a background. So we are exporting all of this so that when we attach them to our web page, it comes out perfect. So you can basically export this, and let's call this the plus group. The plus group. All right, so plus group. So that is it. That rounds up the our journey. And yeah, so the very next thing I'm going to do now is to get all of these into the actual code base, right? So I'll go to downloads, and I'm going to just, everything here is basically in my download. So I'm going to date modified, just put that to today, so I have a proper clarity of of all the things I created. So the ones I don't need, I can just remove them, right? So the ones that I do need, like all of these icon, the envelope, the okay, so I can remove that as well. So that's not really needed. I already have it. So this is quite of the setup. So we have all of them here. So there are a lot of things I would like to move out, like the rectangle shape. That's fine. So any other shape that is not custom, so it would be nice I just added this to a folder, right? So but this I think is under my download directory. So yeah, I think basically have all of them. You can click through all of them to make sure that you're having the things you need. Play icon. All right, so the play, let me see, not sure if I added this myself. Oh yes, the play icon on the top, so that's fine. That stylish icon. Okay, so this makes lots of sense. So this group, yeah, we don't need that. So we don't need that. Payment icon, destination icon. Okay, good. We have all of them in play now. So you can just grab the entire thing and copy it, or you can just grab it and then we'll go to the actual source code. Then go to your public, and then we have oh, nothing much coming in here. Okay, so under public, I can create a new folder called images, and then that's where we're going to pack everything in. So you can just drag and drop everything into the images folder. Boom. So that's it. Basically have an idea of how our shapes are coming into the picture. Okay, good for us. So we're going to clear everything, make sure we have a very clean slate, and then we're going to start developing our app from there. Okay, so we're going to clean this up, and there we go. So now let's start building up the navigation, the actual navigation. So before then, I just noticed something quite fascinating. I noticed that if you check the top here, there is some sort of gradient. Yeah, so it's very a very little detail, but it's still very important. There's a gradient by the top left. So this gradient now we want to export it out, and then we'll play around it, ourselves. So this little gradient now, you can just export it out as a shape. It doesn't really matter. You can see we have the little gradient there. You can export it. So I'm going to label this accordingly so I will not forget it. So we're going to rename that, and we're going to call this the top left gradient, right? Top left gradient. That's okay. And so if I'm just creating, I'm just going to be dropping them to prevent confusion. So I'm going to drop them into images. Good. And then when you scroll down a bit, you see we have another gradient, which is fascinating right here, right? So this is okay as well. So you can just have it selected. So you have it selected, and then we try to export it. So we have it selected this way, and good. So you can just export it. So you come in here, and so you can come here and just call this by its right name. So you can say bottom right gradient. Okay, so bottom right gradient. So you can actually come to your actual page, and you want to paste, just drag it into it. So basically I have an idea of those two gradients, right? So basically have the top left gradient right here, and then we have the bottom right gradient as well. So that's like a little detail I wanted us to pay attention to. And judging from that, we're good. We can start the proper design of the actual application. Okay, so now we want to start off by actually building the actual navigation. Okay, so go to the code, make sure that everything's closed out, and go to the source, go to the app, go to the page, and then this is something that we want to do. We have the main wrapper. I can actually remove this other one now. We don't need it anymore. Then we have the navbar. Navbar is already created. If you're using the startup plan, feature branch, you have access to the navbar. So we have a navbar. So then we have to worry about the hero section. So before we import it, let's just create this inside our component. So normally the convention is when you go to your component, you can just have lots of things here. You can have cards, you can have sections, you can have shapes, right? So these are like common things that we're likely going to have. In cases where you have tables, you can just include tables. But in this particular lesson, there's no table in the landing page, so they've never been any form of tables in the landing page, so it's completely fine. So, but ideally, you can just add anything you want to reuse, right here. So there we go. So go to sections, and so the first one we want to worry about is the hero section. You can come here, create a new file, and call this the hero section.csx. So we have function component export, and we have that. Boom, we are done with the hero section. Let's go to the other section. Category section. Let's call this category section. CSS. Calculate component exports. Okay, so that's good. The other one is actually top selling section. Alright, so we have functional component export. We have the top selling section. So we have the easy and the fast. So I can just call this book your next trip. Okay, so you can call that book next trip section. It's more better. Book next trip section .tsx. Okay, so we have that now. We have the testimonials section. So testimonial section. Okay. Okay, so and yeah, it's a logo group section. Logo section, and then what else do we have? We have the newsletter section. So we have the newsletter section, and finally, so we have the, the footer section. Okay, so we have to now, arrange them in a proper order within our pages, within our page. So we have the navbar first. We have the hero section secondly. We have the category, then we have the top selling. So we have the top selling. We have the booklet strip. Then we have the testimonials. Alright, so we have the logo group, I think. So then we have the newsletter. I don't think we have the footer. Okay, so let's take a look at our page. Make sure that everything is coming out as expected. Good, you can see that all of the components are coming in right. So that's one great achievement. And yeah, so we've actually built the skeletal framework of the actual application. All we have to do now is to start building it bit by bit, right? So the first one is navigation. You can change over to your navbar, and we want to change a couple of all of these things. So what we need here is destinations. I think that there's a typo in the design, but I'll just correct it. It's actually spelled destinations. If I could spell. Okay, so that's destinations. Right, so we can actually add more of this link. Add it here. So over primary, it's fine. We have the hotels. Add more of this. So we have the hotels, we have the flights. Then what else do we have? We have the booking. So ideally, if you don't want to repeat a lot of all of this, I'm repeating it for a purpose, just in case you want to click on it or anything, but you can easily put this in an array and just loop through it. So but for the sake of this tutorial, I want to make things as simple as possible. So that's why we're basically like repeating the code and also bookings. And lastly, what else do we have? Then we have the login. Yeah, so we just have login. Oh my god. Okay, so what's going on there? Login, finally. So then we'll just have it sort of sign up and then the drop down. So let's worry about how all of this is positioned first before we dive right in. Okay, so basically I have all of this, and from here I can see that the font family is like Google Sans. Very inconsistent font, but it's fine. We'll just use the tool we already have. Okay, so but the color is 212B. So 212B is radically what we already have. So I'm going to pin this real quick. Close every other tab. Go to our Tailwind configuration. Pin this as well. So we basically have two pinned stuffs. So 212. So 212 is here. So it's nav text. So you can come in here and just make sure that everything we place in here, you can just do this. So you can just do text, nav text. So that should do it for us. Then you can remove all these text gray from the entire thing. Not really important. Okay, good. So one other thing is it looks bold in appearance. So once you just go in here and make sure that what we have here, is bold. Okay, so we just do font 600. So we assume that it's more of like a popping font. Let's see if we already have any font. Oh, font 500. You can easily remove everywhere you see 500. It's fine. Replace that with 600. Okay, so it comes out way better than expected. So we have the destination, we have the hotels, we have the flights, we have the bookings. So I can see one thing here is that everything is basically aligned to the right. So apart from the logo, on the left. So let's bring the logo in. So we have a proper visual hierarchy. So the logo is actually on public, which is public. Then you can do /images, then / logo, just logo, logo, right? So we just do logo. So these logos, I can actually rename it so to have a proper naming. This was actually a logo group, logo group, right? So that is it. So basically have a logo group there, but we'll know the logo we're actually targeting, PNG. And when we come here, we can see that our logo is coming right through, which is a good thing. And yeah, let's position everything, make sure that login, the sign up, login, everything is on the right part. So we can come in here. What we're going to do real quick is to see the way we are actually like aligning all of these attributes. So we don't need to separate all of this, right? So you can just have, you can have this. It doesn't have to be separated. You can just have a link. Yeah, so you can just grab the entire div, which is okay. Come in here, paste it in there, and yeah. So you can see that we basically have left, right. Great, that's what we expected. Another thing that we want to add is the sign up. We don't have that yet, but we want to add it real quick. So what we're going to do here, we don't want it to be selected as well, so you can easily just come in here, okay, the main button. So meanwhile, if you're using a starter branch, starter branch basically comes in with the text, with the main button and the navigation most of the time in my tutorials. So you want to basically just check it out. So it's like a reusable button. You just have to match it with the taste of your actual application. All right, so what do we need? We can actually just import it. It's been imported. Pass in the text prop. And what do we have there? We only have sign up. So you can just do sign up. So let's see how that is coming along. So you can actually see it's using a primary color. So we have to adjust that. We want to make it, just transparent, right? So this is it. So you can just remove all of this. The div is not needed. Come in here. Okay, good for us. So you can go in here and let's go open up the actual main button. So we can actually open this up by this right side, and yeah, we'll play around with it. So now one thing I doesn't really want is the width. So the width here from the actual design is 102 pixel. How do I know this? You can actually see it highlighted, 102 with height 40, right? You can see it here as well, 102 with height 40. So we already know that it's actually 102 pixels. In my previous lessons, I always tell you, if you want to start using Figma, don't use the pixel corresponding value. What you have to use is to make sure you're using the rem equivalent. So this might not be easily noticeable now, but in case it's like this, I think, let me highlight one. So you can actually see we might actually have a lot of yeah, so for some weird reason the configuration isn't showing up as needed, right? So that's very weird. That's a weird one, right? So it used to be somewhere on the right. You just want to change what you have to to basically using. Let me check it for the cards. Okay, so these are cards, and okay, I see. So you have to change this to the dev mode, and yeah, you can see a little icon here. Click on it and put it at rem, so that everything you're doing will be at the will be calculated in rem. So one rem is basically 16 pixels, just for those who are curious, right? So we're going to go quickly with this and click again on this. You can see that now we have a much more proper rem value. So the width now is 6 point this, right? So this should be the width of our button. So we're going to copy that. So by default, that should be the width of our button. So we can just come in here, go to navbar, and yeah, so our button isn't that much. So we can forget about the height, I mean the width, the actual width. So we're gonna just have the width full, or the width actually being specified when created. So this is why I normally like open it up in one place, because my screen is not that large, so it's very difficult to have two screens open basically. So go in here and go to main button, and let's look for the actual button width. So this is the prop width. This is full width, and yeah. So if there's way, do the width, or you just do this. So it's completely fine. Let's go back. So you can see it's coming up well. So we basically have that as our sign up. So one other thing we want to do is we want to make sure that the background is transparent, right? So we want to make sure that it's actually transparent. So what we're going to do, we're going to just go to the classes, so bg transparent, right? So let's see if that does it for us. So bg transparent, which is okay. So the text has to be nav text nav text. Let's see that too. So it has to be font 600 as well. Making it much more bold and make it stand out. And yeah, so the other thing missing there's no shadow. Maybe a little bit. Let's check. No, there's no shadow. So we couldn't just remove the shadow. So you can hear and say shadow none. Okay, so shadow none, that's okay. We need to include our border. So one thing that we've not added, we need to set up our border radius in the Tailwind config file, right? So this should be like a default, border radius for us. We might change it later on, but this is completely fine. So we can come in here, have it selected, and there we go. This is the border radius. We can just copy it and go to our Tailwind config file. So after your color, you can easily just set up your border radius. So we can say call it normal. Okay, so there's one large one I saw. I can just use this opportunity to add it as well. This one. So border radius is like large. This is a very large or a big border radius. So I could just call it medium. I've seen larger ones. So, and then there's one other large one. I think this one. This is very large. Okay, it's large, but it's not as large as the one we've seen before, right? So this is it. I think this is it. Yeah, very large one. Okay, so you just basically have different border radius based on the sizing, I think. Yeah, so we just need the large one. I just call this extra large. So call this the extra large. Alright, so let's check the one on this button. And the one on this button is 0.625, which is, I think, is the normal one. Oh, not really the normal one. Okay, 0.625. That's fine too. So we can grab that. We can just call that slight number. So slight. So this is a slight one, so it comes before the normal. Slight border radius, or a very light one. So we have the normal one and so on and so forth. So you can come into your main button, not your main button, your actual page. So we're going to go to the actual page. Let's close all of these up. Okay, so the now burn good, and we can just say rounded this. So we have the border color nav text. Okay, so I think we have a much more decent setup, right? So we have the border nav text, but then we have to round it. It's not rounded yet. We have to round it with what we need. So we have the rounded normal, no square brackets. Okay, so that gives us, a little bit of what we need. So when you override, let's just change the text. So the height of the button is something we basically have to consider. So I have this selected. Okay, so I think it's just froze up for some weird reason. Okay, it's back. All right, so we have this selected. So the height is actually 2.256 rem. So we'll go back to what we have. So in our button, there was a misapp. So we're going to just double tap on here, open it up. Right, so there was the way we setting height. So we could just set the default height to this. So we don't have to worry too much. So it's completely fine. So we have a much more, consistent height for a button. So one of the things that might be missing here is the actual, when you override, what I want to see is the primary color, which is okay. But at the same time, I want the border to go away. There should not be any border when on over. So we go back, we can just close this up. So we have more room. Close this as well. So you can do on over border none, over background, not really background, I think the text white. Okay, so you can see when you override, you have a much more, proper view of what is to be expected, right? So that's okay. So one other thing that might be missing real quick is this little translation we have here. So we have the English stuff, and then we have this little chevron down icon. So we can, it's not something that will be changing much. So we can have it first for the sake of this lesson, right? So what we're going to do is to just have a very little div that will create everything in. So you can have your div here. Then we have our en, which is more of the p. We have the en, and then we have the chevron down. So I think we already have it as part of our image. img. We have the source. Here we should be having the alt as well. Chevron down. So yeah, so that's okay. So what we want to do, you can do /images, then /. So images, I think we have chevron down, chevron up. So chevron down, I think. Let's hope that works. If it doesn't work, we just have to maybe create our own. Okay, so that works. That works fine. So what we want to do is to just apply flex, and that should be it. Flex gap can be 2. It doesn't matter much. Ooh. So this is something very common, right? So when this happens, what you're going to do is, because the image is not really having any form of width or whatsoever, you have to make sure that it's on a block scope, right? So that will give a much more different result than just putting the image there. Div on its own basically have display of block by default. So, but if you don't wrap it around a div, it becomes really problematic. So here we have the items. I want to position out this, not the baseline, center. Good, right? So let me show that the gap is the same. From just eyeballing it, it already looks the same, right? So that is fine. And what else are we missing out on? So let's make sure that this is Google's. No, we're using two fonts. Doesn't really matter. So we have to make this extra bold. Yeah, so if we just do class. So yeah, that's okay. So that's it. So we have the English, and yeah, there we go. Here we go. So now one of the cool thing about the application itself is that it has this background in white. So by default, the background is already white, depending on the color scheme of your browser. So that makes perfect sense. We're able to achieve the the nav bar. So now the only thing seems to be missing is the way we actually sign up is sign up login. No, they are okay. They are fine. So let's worry about it mobile. Though we don't really have the mobile design, but we're going to actually fix it real quick, right? So let's look for any icon that we might use for for what's it called, hamburger. So basically I need some sort of hamburger icon, and yeah, let's look for any SVG we need. Icon sacks. Let me check out icon sacks. So we can basically just search hamburger. Not sure if there's any hamburger there. So you could just press that as well. Let's see if anything's coming right in. Okay, so we can actually quickly use this as our hamburger menu. It doesn't matter. So just copy the SVG. Okay, so you can rename this. So hamburger. You can put this within our images directory. Okay, so yeah, we can now go to the mobile version, and yeah, so basically I have let's put images there, our logo.png, not svg, right? So we have an idea of how our logo should look like, and then this is how we're toggling the menu. And so we basically have Lucid icon. We could have used Lucid instead of using this, but it's completely fine. It's very similar stuff. So what we're going to do is we already have an idea of how, of the logo to expect. We just need an icon to put on the right. So the hamburger is basically images, then we basically have the hamburger. So you can see from here, we basically have our hamburger coming right up, right? So you can close it as well. You can see this little smooth animation. I've done this with Tailwind as well. It's within this code. You can just capture it. Right, so yeah, so those things, how it works or whatever, they are just animating in. So what we're going to do is to change this to what we already have. So we want to grab everything here, I think. Yeah, so I think we can just grab everything here. So we can grab everything here and replace everything we have here with it. So just going to be nice. Right, so we can actually move how it works. So flex, non-item center. So we don't need it to be item center. So you could just do flex column. That should position it vertically. So we have destinations, we have the hotels, we have the flights, we have the bookings, we have the login. So we have the language as well. Just if they tend to play around with the language. So let me just make sure that this is of we're not doing anything crazy. The cursor should be pointer here. So we have the cursor pointer. The same thing we should do here as well, I think. So when you hover over it, it should be like cursor, whatever, right? So you come in here and you can see we have a much more reasonable, navigation. So on a mobile device, you should be seeing this for the navbar. Okay, so now we've come to the end of the navbar setup. So we'll actually proceed to to worrying about the hero section, right? So the hero section is quite a lot, but that's fine. So we can actually just start working around it. So the other new section is the hero section. So let's play around with this a bit, and so we can just like get it started with. So we're done with this. We can as well just close it. It doesn't really matter anymore. You can close that. Let's go to our hero section. Then we can just pin this as well. All right. So what do we have here? Oh, okay. I can see we basically have two sections, which is okay. So normally put section here, and we have two divs. So one, two, basically. Right. So we can actually have three. So it just depends on how you want to display it. But now this two is basically fine. So yeah, we basically have this. You can just you can copy it from here, and let's paste it in here. Okay, I mean to copy the entire thing, and then we'll copy it in here, and then we have this. What we're going to do here is a little bit. It's very easy, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to actually, separate it into spans, right? So it's under here. Span, we can do travel, can give a space, but then what we want to do, I think div is properly suited for this, and then there's going to be another div within it, and it's going to have a text of enjoy. It can just be a normal span, right? It can be a normal span. So we can call this enjoy. So it will definitely have the image tag img, the source, and then the auth, right? So this is going to be the what's it called, the stylish underline. So we can actually close that tag, and then so now we already have the travel, we have the enjoy. We just have to include the many parts of it, right? So you can copy from the top all the way to the E, I think, right? So that will just be the remaining parts of the flow. Try copy, paste. Hard is it to copy and paste, like so. So that's basically it. We have this. We have the enjoy. We have the slash images slash the stylish underline. It's actually a PNG, so it's not something you have to worry about. Not PNG, so that's decent. All right, so we basically have all of this now, and yeah. So the other part we have to worry about has to do with the description. This description part, right? So we could just say paragraph, and we can just copy the entire thing there and have it pasted in, right? So that's good. And then at the end, I think we have a couple of just a div, a div container, and it's going to have a button, I think, and then the play more. So it's going to contain two divs. So the first div has to be like a button, actual button. So I can just do, let's get a button we used. I think it's the same button, but probably just change this to secondary or something. But same button we use in our navbar, so can easily extract that. So you can easily have that, and need to have it imported, right? And yes, since we already have very similar with what we wanted. So that's with primary, and the text is find out more. Find out more is the text. So the background is actually primary, not the other way around. Oh, I think it has to be secondary. So we have the secondary background. So when you hover it, something we have to worry about that, but it doesn't really have any border. So we just do border none general. so we don't need to worry about all this border, right? So when you override it, we have a proper flow of it, right? So we don't even need to change the text or the background on over. So right, we're gonna do over bj secondary. So when you override, it's going to have the same background secondary, and yeah, so nothing should change much. So that's pretty decent. And yeah, we can play around with the width. The width here in this case is actually 9, so 9.58 rem. So grab that, and then we can include it in here. And just say width, so 9.58 rem. Yeah, so the height is a little bit different, I think, 3.38. So we could just use the exact same height we have in the design. Right, could do height, and we'll paste that in as well. Okay, so that's quite as much. That's completely fine. So the text is white, I think. Text white. Okay, so that's what we have there. And yeah, the radius seems to be normal, 0.568. Is it the normal radius we're using? 0.568, 0.5. Oh, it's not. So just different random radius. You could just grab it and add it to what you want. And I think that has to be here, rounded normal. You will just include it straight up. Okay, so we have an idea of how the button should be. It looks way higher, in terms of the actual height of it. You can remove a lot of other unnecessary stuff. So probably the padding is messing with it. Okay, that looks perfect. Okay, so then the other thing we basically have is the play video icon. I think here we basically have something that is not really seen. I think that has to do with the shadow. Yes, so by default it comes with its own shadow. So let me see. So we could just export that and play with shadow. We just rename it for play shadow. So we're going to actually import this within the images. So you could grab it here and just drag and drop it into. Oh no, the view is not coming up. So we have this. So you can drag and drop it into the images. Okay, decent. So we can close this out. And yeah, so we'll come here. One thing I want to worry about here is the actual image and then the text that accompanies it. So we have the image. So we have our source. We have our auth. And yeah, so we basically have the text that accompanies it. And it has to be play demo. Right, so play demo. So that's pretty much it. Right, so we have a special style for that as well. So let's quickly grab that. So text, and yeah, so just to be safe, we will have 6860. That's already in our table config. 686 60 Okay, so let's grey up. So you can come in here and just do text light gray auth. Don't forget the hyphen. So what we're going to do is to bring in the image in. So we're going to say rounded play icon shadow. All right, so shadow. So we bring the actual image in. That has to be slash images slash play with shadow, I think. Yeah, play shadow. .png. So that's just us bringing it in. So let's see what we have. So you can see we basically have the clear design right there, which is not bad. Okay, so we basically have all the assets, And the only thing we don't have is the image on the right hand side, right? So let's worry about this real quick. Okay, so what we're going to do is to already have the image, just have to position it properly. So we have the image. So we basically have the source. We have the art. Just be get with fun. With aircrafts in the background. Okay, so that's our lady auth, and let's see, we have the images slash. It has to be girl, like girl with phone. We're not sure. Let's keep checking. Okay, forgotten the name I gave to it, so you just have to look through it one after the other. Aircraft, airport icon, blob shape. Okay, destination Europe, Facebook. Lady with aircraft. Okay, that's it. Lady with aircraft. So lady with aircraft.png. Let's make sure that nothing is missing. Okay, so we brought that in, and now we basically have an idea of how, of how they should all look like. Okay, so let's see. So font, and it is 700, but we have to confirm it. So font size is like, it's like this. I can just grab that real quick. Put that there, but this has to be text. So that's the font size. So the family is Poppins. Is okay. Poppins is Poppins by default. Then font 700. So let's make sure that Poppins is actually, included. Right. So let's make sure that there's 700 as part of the font width for Poppins. So they are up, page, layout. And there isn't, so it's fine now. We bring it in. So 700. So that's pretty decent. Okay, so basically I have that. So basically I have to change the text now, I think. Text primary. Okay, so that is that. So one of the things that has to change is that it's mostly uppercase, right? So uppercase. Okay, so best destinations around the world. Do we have anything missing? Nothing really. Okay, so we have to worry about this big guy. And this big guy basically contains a lot of troubles. So first of all, let's worry about how large it is. So we already know the font family, which is very different, right? So we can actually put in the font family here. You can just put it in small letter. So that will read the font, the global font on our globals CSS. We already have the font here. Fuck off, right? So we could just like bring it in. Fuck off. And let's worry about the width. So the weight is 700, and the size is actually, I think this is for a medium device. Probably we'll have to make it way smaller in other devices. So something we have to keep at the back of our mind. So line height, which is very huge. Was this line I used multiple times? I doubt. Okay, yeah, a couple of times. So we could just grab it and worry about how we can put it within our Tailwind config. So we can come here and do line height. So this is John. So you can paste it in there. And yeah, so we can come here and do leading the large. So that will actually, give it the large line art. So what else we have? So we have to make sure that everything is in a row, that's flex row, except I think, and leave new line, so we could just give a break right there, right? So it doesn't have to be. All right, flex. Put everything in a row first. Flex items center, flex column. Okay, so column item center, we can remove that. Okay, so we have to make sure that this is a little bit padded to the right, I think, because of the size of the actual underline. So what we're going to do is to try to push this. So margin left 4. Okay, so we can push it like that. Okay, so that gives us a decent view of how it should be, right? But then I can see that this thing is more of, absolutely positioned, right? So we could just make sure that we're on the right track. So this is enjoy. We could just make this. Before we do that, we can try to make the images like go up. So we can do this, and so let's try this. Okay, so that works for us as well, right? So we can do that. So after enjoy, we just have to give these guys a break. So we could just include a break here. So that's going to shift it to the next line, I think. Okay, so that's going to get shifted to the next line. All right, so yeah, there we go. And then we have to limit this for. Okay, so the text should actually come on top. So Z9. Okay, so we can do this Z9, and let's do this Z2 or Z1. Okay, so let's try this. If we use negative, it's supposed to like take it to the back first. So Z index 0. 1 is not really coming up for some weird reason. Okay, so let's do this Z10. Okay, so that's good. That's what we wanted to achieve. And one other thing is the actual color. Color is 181E. You can check it out here. 181E. So 181E is basically here, light blue. So you can come in here and just do text light blue. Okay, so that should give us what we want. And yeah, justify start. So we can just do inline flex, right? So one other thing is the break is basically not working the way I expect it to work, right? So probably if that's the case, we have to make it a different paragraph of its own, right? So one way we can actually do that is to just create another div for it, right? So since we already have it, you can just create a paragraph. So you can create a paragraph for it, and so we have to worry about the actual classes. So you can grab that, put it right here, and then add everything here into that. That should push it to the next line, I think. Okay, so let's refresh this. Okay, so we've done that. And best destination. Okay, so for weird reason it's still much the same, right? It's still very much the same. But is it because of this margin? So let's check if that's not the case. Oh, not really, not really. So what we're going to do is to make sure we're doing the right thing. So we're going to, wrap this on a div of their own and push the entire thing inside of it. Oh, I see. We're still inside. Yeah, we're still inside the actual div. That's why we are fixing that problem. So you can actually leave that div, I think. So, okay, so we're actually outside though. Okay, so let's have this. Grab it and place it right inside. So we could do flex column. Okay, so that gives us the desired output, right? So the line height, we still have to maintain that as well. So the other thing missing is leave a new info field. So it's good to be full if you have widescreen enough like me. It's good to have it full. It doesn't have to cut at any point. That's not a thing. And yeah, so let's just do a little bit margin bottom for the actual text, and then we'll be good to go. So margin bottom 4. Okay, so that's pretty decent. And one other thing we have to do is to position this lady at the right. And yeah, that's what we're about doing. Okay, so we basically have it. We have this, then we have the actual div. So we have this, and then yes, so basically we have this. So this section, well, justify between. I should position everything, side by side. So we basically know that what we already have here is to be positioned at, item center, since it's in row. Justify between item center. Okay, very good. So let's add the rest of the content to here. So yeah, so here was the distance between here and here is like 1.69. So here in the bottom is like 1.87. So we can actually come to a consensus of 1.6 for my. Can do that. All right, so we go right in, and yeah, there we go. We'll do my 1.6, right? So that should do that. And so this text is basically a very small font size, which is okay. So you could do this. So text. So basically this is Poppins, and the font is actually 500. So not sure if I actually included 500 as part of the width for Poppins. So we can quickly check that out. It was not included, so I can just include it now. Okay, no worries. So you can come in here, go to the section, and make sure that the font is 500. And yeah, so we basically have very great line height there, so we can include this as well as our leading. So you can include that as well. So is that leading really like repetitive? I'm not sure. Not sure. This is like 2M, so it's not really repetitive stuff, so it's fine. So 5E62 is our text, and we have to be sure we got it. So that is it. 5E62 light gray, right? So okay, so you can just do text. Not the square bracket, light gray. So that should give us what is needed. All right, so what else do we have? The size, the actual size is 1 rem. Right. Okay, that's almost that. The font weight seems a little bit thicker than what we have here. Yeah, so I think, yeah, it has to do with the sizing. Oh, it's a mistake here. Let's check out from the board. Not sure why that isn't coming out as needed. So the gray color, yeah, that's correct as well. Right, so we can just, break it at some reasonable point, which is the it. So you can break it there, and you can break it where again? You can break it in the pack gates. Okay, so that just makes it a little bit ugly. So we can basically just allow it to flow, with the screen size, which doesn't matter much. Yeah, so and then finally we have to integrate the buttons we already have. So what we're going to do real quick is to put this in a flex container. Let's grab it, right? So item center. Okay, so basically I have that, and yeah, so the same thing applies here. Alright, so basically I have those. Center might be a little bit problematic because of how the the play button basically is. So it's quite understandable that is an image, and so it's difficult to to position it properly. So what I want to do is to remove the gap. There doesn't seem to be any gap. It already has a default gap. So what I want to do is to make sure that the button comes down, compared to the actual container. So yeah, so margin top can be 4. Okay, let's do 8. Yeah, 6 should be fine. Okay, 6 should be fine. And here what I want to do is to do margin top 6. Let's try with that. Okay, so this way we're able to position it properly. Let's say the gap in between, if it's not too wide, like TRN. Okay, so we can actually increase the gap between here and here. So flex gap. So gap 8. Okay, so that is almost the center. So it seems to be too much. And we can just do gap 6. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to hover over everything from here to down. So we want to change the cursor to the pointer. Right, so that just gives us a proper idea of what to expect. So you don't really find out more, it's like the play demo part. So we can remove this and put it right here. So we don't really care much about this. The button is as default over. So when you hover over this, you should be seeing that. Good. Okay, so looking good so far. So don't worry, we'll still worry about the mobile design, the mobile part of it, right? So on the mobile, we can actually remove the lady on the phone because there won't be too much room for, I think. So on the mobile, what we're going to do is to do hidden. Sorry about that. Do hidden, and then what else? And medium devices, you want to just display it. It's fine. See right here. So, but from a medium devices, we get to see the lady, right? So, which is great. Right, so we'll worry about the travel text itself and how we can pad it to the top as well. So we'll just do empty for now. Let's bring it down. So this should actually break it down. So what we're going to do is to worry about the overlay by the side, right? So this little overlay is a source of worry because we don't want to put it within the actual component. What we can do is to take it outside and put it in the same location as the page itself, so we can be able to absolutely position it properly. Okay, so let's do it. So go back to our design. Contribute to display our panel. Okay, so what else are we looking towards? So let's make sure that our terminal is coming out well as expected, or no. Okay, so now we want to actually display the shape. So we want to display the shape. So we can actually close every other thing up. So we can leave the erase section, doesn't really matter. So well, let's close it up so I have a proper view. So we have the page, and this is what we're going to do. We can actually make this relative, right? So we can actually create a div here. This is a section for a shape. I can make it a component or whatever, but it's completely fine if you don't want to make it one. Image. So you could just say background shape. Okay, so it's actually a blob. So it's a blob background shape. So we do images slash. Okay, so let's look for anything that has to do with blob shape. I think it's this. Okay, good. Image slash blob the PNG. So are we missing anything out? I don't think so. So when that is done, I'm going to reload. All right, so yeah, it's not coming right up. Let's see if we're missing anything. Oh, blob. We just said blob shape, I think. Yeah. So blob shape, PNG. Oh, there we go. These are blob shape. So we can display it absolutely. Absolute. So this is going to put it to the top. So we have to do top 0 and right 0. So this should put it at the right first. Are we getting the right thing? So this is the absolute. So 0 right 0. Okay, good. So this is where we want it. And yeah, and also we have to make sure that the index is way greater than everything else. So index can be 999, depending on how we want to specify this. Should be greater than that of the navigation as well, right? So that's the way we want it to be. Okay, so now that we have that, it has to be, the navigation has to sit on top of it. So the navigation should have a color. Okay. Yeah, so that makes sense. It doesn't have to be on, like on top, right? Because it basically has to do some certain things now. So we have to remove the background from the actual navigation. So we could go to a nav. So go to the app, go to the component common navbar. So let's look for where we are actually assigning background to this. Just want to, no background is needed. Okay, so single doing that basically just remove the actual background from it. So we want to make sure that this lady comes on top of the image like the way we have it in the actual design. So how do we go about that? So what we're going to do is to make sure we set this index right. So this is how we do it. Basically I have this, we have the arrow section, right? So if we put the entire arrow section on top of the blob, that would be great. So we can put this in a div. Let me see, I can do it from here. So let's use the index that much. So basically we have to be very decisive here. It could be that this image is already, lower in terms of how it should, be to the root section. So one very smart way I handle something like this then come here, grab everything in here and put it within the div, right? So what we want to do is to make sure we assign appropriate index to all of this. So what we want to do here with the with this is to give it a lower z index, say 10. So let's see if that will actually take it to the back. Most times it works. Okay, you can see, but what we already have it, taken to the back for us. So go there and you can see this is highly very responsive. This is great already, right? So basically have this, the plane, we have the lady, we have everything, right? So you don't really need to, worry about how else you basically want to position it. But you have a basic setup like this, you are good to go. You are good to go. So well, one other thing we want to check out is a combination of the gradients by the side and then the spacings on the side, right? So we have the gradients and then we basically have the spacings as well. Okay, so yeah. Okay, there we go. So back to what we were discussing earlier. All we have to basically do is to make sure we position the gradients appropriately and then add the spacing to the right. So let's get on with that. So we're going to come in here, and the gradient is actually irrespective of the navigation or whatever. It's just on top, I think. So we could add it here as well. So absolute top, but in this case actually like left, right? So what we're going to call that, I think we called it something, but I don't quite remember. But there's a gradient at bottom right, top left, I think. Top left gradient. Okay, that's it. Okay, we have the top. Yeah, so it's top left gradient, not PNG. Right, so this actually gives us an idea of the actual gradient. So you can actually see that it's coming right up. If you notice, it's coming right up. So this is it. Yeah, so basically I have to worry about every other section we have here, except the footer. I think, is it on the same, oh, it's the same level, so it's completely fine. So we can actually form all of this into a section. Let's see, the navigation, does it have the same zip? Oh, the same. So it's all the same. So what we're going to do is to basically just worry about this. So we're going to do mx12 to position everything here. So in our own case, it has to be px, I think. Okay, so px12 or px4 might be good for mobile, while large screen can do px. Right, so let's see, let's get the exact space from here and the edge. So the edge is like this. Yeah, from here, this is something here and here is what we tend to get. Okay, 9.38. That's 9.38. That's quite a lot. Let's just use 9. 9.38 is too. 9 itself is too way much. It's way much compared to what's actually expected. Okay, so this is what we have, and let's fix the number. The number basically has some value of its own. Basically, have to remove that to make it make sense. Okay, so you can see that we're coming right up, and then small screen basically has all of this. Something seems to be a little bit amiss in here, I think. Yeah, I think it has to be the background. So you can remove the BGG. Right, so I'm not sure if this is needed, but let's take that off as well. Okay, so the only thing we can do to make mobile basically makes sense, right, is to give it, yeah, the index is okay to help. So when you hover on this, doesn't have to be, primary. Okay, so oh, I see. The PX we actually added is influencing what we have in the other part, right? So we can actually go to the actual page. This PX is what's affecting what we have on the mobile, I think. Yeah, you can see we took it off, and yeah, it looks pretty decent. So yeah, so on the mobile, what we intend doing is to basically push all the contents downwards, right? So py 8, let's try that out. Okay, so py 4 is the actual thing. So the height of the modal seems a little bit problematic. We need a way to fix that. So the width 7 rem. Okay, so I mean the entire width, entire height of the mobile screen. So let's do height 200 pixel. Okay, that's not really coming out well. Okay, so let's do MB 16, margin bottom 16. Okay, so I think the mobile part is a little bit problematic, and we have to fix this up. So we basically can investigate why this is happening. And we over this, we have our actual stuff. Oh, we can as well, just take out that shape, right? So it's not going to be a problem. But then we need a way to take this down, right? So let me give it a very high index and see the result. Okay, still doesn't work for some reasons. Okay, so that is it, and we need to push this downwards a little bit, especially on mobile screens, I think. So we can do this in mobile, in desktop. This is mobile, so we have to push it down. Shouldn't be close to the top that much. And then one way we can actually achieve this is by coming here and just doing 32 medium, padding top can just be 4, doesn't really matter. Okay, so that's a clear one. That's a very clear one. So we can do that, or we can reduce it a bit. Seems to be too much, I think. Okay, so let's see what we have here. We're supposed to have like class px4, exactly. So now gives us a very better view of how it should be like. So let me something scrollable here. Not sure if that is important. So when you hover it, we have to fix it. We have to fix this. Yeah, so when you hover the link, what we're supposed to see is the actual color, of it. And yeah, it should just be, let's go to the mobile part. So when you hover, yeah, we should actually be seeing the text secondary, not the primary. Secondary. So that should do it for us. Looks very, very dull, I think. Right, so we can actually, just do text white. White should be better in this case. Right, so white is way better. And when you hover this, we want to change the background of this to secondary. Right, so let's do nav test, border none. When you override the text is white, and so background is secondary. Okay, so let's be sure we are doing the right thing. Are we in the right place? I think we are. So that's sign up. Background transparent. So then we need to make background transparent. Right, so this should do it for us, I think. It doesn't even have to be, so we could just, from the get-go, we can actually set an actual background for it. Okay, so we have the background secondary is not coming up, so something is wrong. Oh, BG, sorry about that. So BG secondary, so then we can remove the the borders, doesn't really matter anymore. So you can remove the borders, just set border none. So this should take the borders away. Okay, pretty decent, right? So pretty decent. We have let's you animations going up in there, and then we can basically see this. Right, good. So when you override, the background should not be. Right, so let's quickly fix that as well. So over, and then we'll have the same background. So just the text that change. Good. Okay, so officially we've come to the end of the first part. So now we have much more of a responsive, responsive part that has to do with this. Right, so this should be removed in in small screen, this tally shape, so it's not break anything. So what we're going to do is to go back to the arrow section, div here. So this should be hidden on a much more small screen. Hidden MD block. Okay, so it should be hidden there to prevent issues. So what we're going to do is on a much more smaller screen. Yeah, so we want to reduce the actual size of this. So we do MD. Right, so it can be text to rem. The same thing applies to and leave new in full life, right? So that's the same thing that will apply there. Okay, so good. So we can actually make this 3 rem, I think. Can make that 3 rem, right? Which is not bad. And the same thing should apply here as well for smaller screens. Okay, good. So basically I have this and this, so not bad at all. Okay. All right, so we got it. So we're done with the second section. Now we move on to the category section. So this will be fun because we still have a lot of more sessions to go. So let's quickly do this category. Okay, so we close all of these and want to go straight to, where we started. So we go to components, go to sections, we have the category section. This is where we want to start building off what we have. So we can basically see that there are cards here, right? So there are cards, and one of the cards seems highlighted, I think. Right, so this one is highlighted. No special effect if it's over or whatever, it was not stated. So we're ideally just designing the way it is here. So what we're going to do, we're going to on a card, we're going to create a category card. Definitely I'm going to export. Okay, so go to category, and yeah, so here we'll start playing around with it. First of all, we have a div or a section. So it's actually a section. So you have a section, and then we basically have a paragraph, some sort of weird header, right? So basically I have this, we have this. So we can just easily grab it. So put it by the side so we can view it better. Okay, so this one will be on the right, and there we go. So this is the category. So we have the category. We can easily grab this. We offer best services and paste it right here. Yeah, so we're just trying to create more rooms for for what we have. Okay, so that is it. And then we'll worry about the cards. All right, so first of all, we're already in the category section, and we can actually define our features. It's going to be an array of objects. So if we just add IDs, doesn't really matter. It should be ID 0. And all right, so we actually have to do the image icon or the icon URL is equal to slash images slash. So basically we have the satellite part, right? So go to your public images, then we have the satellite somewhere, satellite.png. So that's a good one. So we can easily just have images, then satellite.png. That's the first one. And then the content, now we grab the title. So grab the title as that. Then we need the description. So we'll come here and we'll grab the description. Okay, so we have to count for a second one. The title here is best flights. Right, so this is the description. So now this is actually an aircraft. Okay, this is it. So we come here and do aircraft. Is there an hyphen in between? I got it out. Aircraft. And yeah, so the other one has to do with mic. So ID can be 3. So the actual stuff is here. So now I will actually add a new field called highlighted force. So the point of having this field here is to basically, display this, right? This little thing on the bottom of the center one. So highlighted is actually true in the middle one, but it's false in the last, I think. Right, it's actually false. So you could grab this and yeah, you paste it right in here. Right, so we have the local event, we have the description. You can copy that and we paste it right in here. Local event, and what we'll have here is actually the mic. Good. So we can actually come here and just put the category card. So category card, we open up the category card, and it's going to be a div, right? And this div is going to contain, another div, a paragraph, and 2 paragraphs. So by default, it's going to have its own props. So we're going to actually create its own iProps for it. So what we're actually expecting is a couple of things. So I'm going to pin this real quick, pin this, and close out the rest. So now what we're expecting the ID, which is a number. What we're expecting again is the icon URL, which is definitely a string. Alright. And what else do we have? We have a title, description, and highlighted. Okay, not comma, right? Description and highlighted is a boolean. So these are the things we're actually like expecting, from a feature. So we can actually destructure it here and play with it right here. So we have the the icon URL, we have the title, right? Oops. Okay, so we have the title, we have the description, then we have the highlighted, right? So we basically have the title here. Just include the title here, and obviously the next thing we need is a description. You can as well just include it here, right? So the icon has to be an image. Okay, so category our icon. So we'll close it up. This will be our icon URL, right? So if you're using it, you have to pass in all of these things that we need. So we're going to map through here, right? So the map feature, right? So feature, just return this, right? So all of these I'm going to wrap them in a div so I can align them properly. So we have the key. The key can actually be featured, or the ID, which is a unique identifier. So we have the title, feature dot title, whereas we have a description, a feature dot description. We have the title, description. I think we have the icon URL, feature dot icon URL, and we have the highlighted as well. Highlighted, feature dot highlighted. That gives us an idea of what it should be. ID is missing in the type, key, or whatever, so we don't need to specify an ID here, so we can as well take it away from here, so it's not required field, right? So let's check what we have on our design. We can see that everything is coming in as expected, right? So we have all of the icons coming right up the way we expect it, right? And yeah, that's a good one. So now we have to style and align them properly. First of all, I think I should start with the actual category, like what we have here. This actual category, right? Yes. Okay, so we could just do class name. So what we're going to do is to try to over the entire thing, right? So check category. This is the the requirement. Go to config, light gray. All right, so we could come here and just do light gray. Okay. Oh, not there. I'm talking about the category title. Yeah, right there. Text, light gray. Right. So what else does it have? This is the font size. Okay, that's the right font size, I see. So the font is like 600, I think. Okay, so that's a very good one for category. And let's do the same for, for what's it called? We offer service. So we override this. It basically has a different font, which is crazy. Okay. So the font name is already in our global CSS. Always take a look at that to have the proper naming. So what we'll have here is open up the app. We have the globals. This is our font, right? So you can just paste it in here. Text is 3.125, and then I think the font size is 700. Okay. We offer. Let's make sure that it's the same font. A little bit different in terms of. Let's make sure that it is the same. So inspect. Okay, focus off. Okay, that's the same font. Okay, so let's change the color real quick. Is 141 H3BE. Okay, so that's the title. So we're going to be using the text title here. Okay, that's good. So the font size is 3.125 rem and it is normal. Okay, 3.125 rem, it is normal. Okay, all right. So we have to basically position this at the middle, I think. Right, so text center. Center, you can easily grab that and add it here as well. So we have to make sure that both of them are the middle. So we've basically achieved that. Okay, so it's actually coming up at the font and the width is 700. I have to make sure that that is true. Focus and serif. So one other thing here, if you don't have a fallback, and that could be affecting it a bit. Okay, I think good. Okay, so we offer. Let's check this out. This one is way bigger than the other one, which is way tinier. Okay, this is it. So actually, the fallback was misleading the way it should look like. So removing the fallback basically make it work. Right, so the fallback might really be an issue sometimes. Just have to be curious about that. Okay, so what else do we have? We offer best services. Okay, so then let's have our card designed properly. Right, so here, okay, code is flex column gap 4. Right, so we have the little icon. So we need the actual, font here. So subtitle. The subtitle. Oh, they're using Open Sans. So crazy. Okay, so basically I have a tag, this is the size of it. Doesn't really matter. We're using some relevant fonts. Okay, so font is like 600. Okay, so let's check what we have. Oh, that looks pretty decent. Calculator weather. Okay, let's make sure that it's not too big. Not too big at all. Remove the .5 to reduce the width. Okay, all right. So the other one has to be this, I think. You can copy it. And yeah, have it here. It's light gray. Okay, the card. light gray. Was it to yeah, text one rem, I think, and font 500. Okay, so we could do font 500 is coming up. We have to replace it with bold. Shouldn't be that much. All right, so team center, good one. So BG, if it's highlighted, you want to bring in the BG, I think. So if it's actually highlighted, you want to come in here and do this. So if it's highlighted, you want to give it a BG of white. Guys, don't do anything. Right? So if it's actually highlighted, I think the second one is we want to specify an actual background. Right? And yeah, so each of the card will grow, according to the size, what to expect. So there's this shadow. Come here. So we'll actually do shadow medium. Okay, you can say that the medium one basically has some shadows now. And let's check the distance between here and the bottom, 2.81. So let's set up a common ground. You can just do 2.5 around also. Carding. Rem. Okay, all right. So now we have to use our container to do flex. Let's column justify between. I should position everything horizontally, and with full. Okay, so that's actually like a full width if you take a look at it properly. And yes, so they are well explained. Oh, we missed one thing, I think. Yeah, it's actually 4. So you could come to your category part and just add it to your list for images.cog. Right, so this customization. So you can add the customization here as the title. And yeah, you can copy the description as well. And add it right here. Oops. Okay, so that should fix that up. Making it 4 that we have. So we have to calculate the weather. And yeah. So the roundedness is actually quite large. So rounded can be extra large. In the case of highlighted, rounded, extra large. Okay, so basically I have that. And it seems to be too much. Yeah, it seems to be too much. You can just do let's do large, just a basic one. Okay, so 2 and 2.5 doesn't seem bad. Okay, so that's pretty decent. And we can actually see that the flight part is taking over the entire width. which is what we expect. And on mobile, we have to make sure, that it's actually column with a good gap of 4, right? So medium can be flexible. So we're gonna fix this typo real quick. So mobile can be coming here. You can see that it's actually on stacked as a column, which is good. And desktop, we can actually have it this way. So you can come in here and we can see that it's actually very much responsive. Okay, so we have the category all set. Right, so let's see, there's only one thing missing. This is this little shape we have. So we have to link it in. Okay, so what we want to do here is we want to do relative. So we'll just say relative. So you can just create new div with an image inside of it. So we actually call this something before now. I think it has to do with the rectangle, a rectangle something, I think. So you can take a look at this to just check what we called it. Look for the letter arrow. R, rectangle shape, I think this is it. Yeah, good. So this is what we have. You can just copy the name. Go to category card. New / images. So these are to do with the rectangle shape. So we have the absolute, we have the class, we have the absolute, bottom 0, left 0. Let's go back to our design. Okay, so that makes perfect sense. We have to make sure that it's a little bit, like this. There's part of it curved at once, right? So let's do that. Right, so what we want to do, go to our shape, left 0, left can be 8. So let's try that out first. Okay, yeah, so we have to start using the negatives. -8. Okay, so -8 is about right. That's like 2 range. Not sure about 10. Okay, 2.5. Oh, really decent, really decent. That's the way it's expected to be, I think. Not that much anyways, but it's fine. Right, so okay, so -10 should take it below it, and yeah. So the bottom has to be 4. Let's try that out. Okay, negatives of course. Right, so I think that is it. So we have to bring it down a little bit. So -8. Right, so let's see. Sure we're on the right track. Yeah, so once we basically hide it for others that are not highlighted. So what you're going to do is here, you can come in here and just, conditionally window this, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, so this is going to refresh. Okay, so you can see that what we basically have is only highlighted for, for the ones that basically has the, that basically contain this. Right. So, yeah, I'm going to go to my app. There's something I need to fix real quick. This PX is not for the entire, just this, I think. It's for the entire component. So we all have very consistent flow. Okay, so you can see this now, which is okay. Okay, not bad at all. So I think in small screen we should have BG white. It's way better, than having it otherwise. So you can have that in normal desktop, but I think in small screen the hamburger should have a background white. Right, so I'll quickly fix this now. Let's come in here, close it up. Source components common. Now go to the mobile section, and yeah, I think this is it. Let's do this PG white. Okay, so not quite right. Take that off and put it here. Okay. Okay. No, not really. Okay, so let's try this out. Okay, so I think it's already like background white. The only thing that interfere with it can actually be, this little stuff there. So I can actually see it as, a white background. Shows that it has a background of its own. Okay. Yeah, I think that should do it for us, I think. Okay, so let's quickly move on to the next section. I think we are all good here. No, we're not, except this. So basically after this plus group, we have to, display it alongside what we have here. So what we're going to do is this entire component can be a relative absolute position relative to what we have in the entire component. So what we're going to do is to go to our page.tsx, right? So that's category. So we could just come in here quickly. Okay, so we have the divs there. So we have to put our category stuff right in here. Put it in there and put in our page. So here, what we have there should be plus group. So I mean, there's relative and something like this. Okay, so we'll come in here and make sure that our image is right within that div. Okay, so I see it on the right. So our goal is to position it on the left. We can see it on the left. Our goal is to position it at the right. So you could just do right 0 and then forget about this z index. Don't care much about that. All right, so you can basically can see it on the right now, which makes perfect sense. So now I want to actually scale the gap between each of these components. Here, there's something here and here. It's like 7.69 rem. So we can easily do this on the index itself, right? So we don't have to worry too much. So every section, this section, this section, this section, and so on and so forth. We can just do flex column. So the gap is actually what we saw here, 6.69 rem. This 6 point or 7 point? 7.69 RAM, so that makes sense. 7.69 RAM. So this should be able to, like, add gaps to every component we have, creating a much more proper spacing. We don't have to be doing it manually all the time. Okay, so that is so good so far, right? So basically have the category, and then we have all of these sections in, right? And let me see any other thing. Okay, not sure about that. Yeah, so yeah, let's play a little bit about the plane. There's something wrong with the airplane. The height, when we're actually importing it, we worried about the height a bit because it was actually containing some weird stuff. So I'm going to fix this because of its excessive height. So we're going to add height 200 pixels. Let's try that out. So yeah, so basically I have a fixed height for everything. So let's see, 50. So we could just do 150. So this will actually, having these heights will consistently give you what is needed. So we have to make sure that they are all fine. 80 pixel, right? So you can do this, and this will allow it to have the same equal height, with the entire, the entire divs. But if you don't do that, it's going to still act, right? It's going to take height as auto and take the automatic height, of the image, right? Yeah, so that's basically what you will find. So ideally, I think it's better for us to specify an height so we can control it much more better. So we'll do 90. Okay, so are we sure we're okay here? Let's remove that. So I think it's within the range of 80, 90. 80, 90 is completely fine. So within the range of 80, we can place 80 here. Okay, so that's pretty decent. We basically have everything, horizontally aligned, and that makes sense. Okay, so the distance we want to worry about now is the distance between here and here. It's like 4.25 RAM. 4.25 RAM. So yeah, so basically let's fix that. Just do 4 RAM is okay. Okay, so good for us. We're almost there. Okay, so what else do we need? Okay, so we need the top selling part. So this is very similar to what we've done before, but then we have to be very, decisive about all of this here. Okay, so this is the top selling destination. So far we have done the nav, we've done the arrow section, we've finished up the category. Now we are in the top destination part. So let's check the mobile responsiveness part for this and make sure it's okay. Okay, nice. Pretty decent, right? Pretty decent. So on this very small screen, I might want to reduce the line height, but I think that's something I'll worry about later. Not now. Not now. So top selling destination is very similar with what we've done here. So we can grab everything we've done here and the top selling section and put it there. I'm gonna call this top selling section. So we have the top selling, at the same time we have the top destinations. Right, so what else? So we can worry about the cards. So what are in the cards? Okay, so the cards contains a variation of different things, which is different from what we've already done. So we're going to remove this part or comment it out in full. And we want to revamp, the input here. All right, so what do we have here? These are the features, and you can as well just call them destinations. So destinations, the ID, okay, we can use the ID, which is okay. Okay, so one thing I need to check real quick, up within, when we actually warn the ID up, they are all unique, 0, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's fine. So 0, 1, 2, and 3, it doesn't really matter, it's fine. So top selling section basically has the ID of 0, then the images, let's grab it from the, I think it was named Rome. So let's just use what we can remember, Rome. And this is not really an icon, it's like an image arrow, right? So basically I have the title, Rome, Italy. So Rome, Italy. So what else do we have? The amount. Okay, so 5.42K, I think. No, 5,000. This is comma, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, it's just, so it should be a point. It's like 5.2K. K means 1,000, so it's fine. So 10 days trip duration. So 10 days trip. So let's go over to the next one. So images is actually, I think, London. This is London, UK. So the value there is 4 point. So 4.2K, and it's actually 12 days trip. All right. So the next one we have. So this is the last one. So this is full Europe. So you can just do Europe, and come here and say full Europe. It's actually 15K. That was a lot of money. Then we have 28 days trip. So one other thing I would like, because this is you notice that the last card basically has this, right? So we should be able to just have highlighted here as well. Doesn't really matter. So it should be able to be true on the last card, so we can be able to display that thing. So we have destinations. So come here and want to create a destination card. Destination card, CSS, optional component export. So you can see we already have the destination card. Okay, so we'll look through the top destinations, and the idea is to be able to work on this card itself, right? So we already know what we're actually expecting. We need to just create an iProp for it. So what we're actually expecting, so we can remove this part, you can remove this part, right? So destination card, we can pin this. Top selling section, we can just pin that and remove the rest. All right, so we're expecting all of this. Okay, so we can easily just grab them. image URL is string, title is string, amount is string. So duration, like how long, I definitely is a string, and no description. Can't take that out. Yeah, so that's pretty much the prop we'll be needing. So we can put it there and just bring in all the things we'll be needing here: the image URL, the title, the amount, duration, and then highlighted. Right. So let's play around with what we have. Okay. So this is it. So we have a div, and come in here, put another div, right? So this div will actually house the actual image, right? So after that, we definitely have like a different div that's going to house the title, right? So it's going to basically have the title, two title basically, right? So we can put in the title here, and at the same time we'll put in the amount, because if you justify between both, we should be able to have them at both sides. So if we come here and do flex, justify between, we're going to have it all stretched out. Great, great, great. So lastly, we can actually have a different div. So this div is actually in charge, of not worrying too much, right? So yeah, as I said, we can actually have one div that contains the actual image and an umbrella div, that contains both these two divs. That way we can be able to know what to do. So here we have a single div that contains the actual image, right? So we have the auth, so /images/send, send icon, if I'm not mistaken. So send icon, okay. Send icon.png. If I could spell the png, you can just come here and say send icon. So we basically have that now. And then lastly, we have the duration. So you can come here and just put the duration, right? So yeah, so this one will actually house the actual image, destination image. Destination image. So basically we have a couple of them, but then we'll be using the image URL, for all of this. So now that we have that, and so we just have class relative. Finally, we can just have another div. So this div has to only comes into the picture when we have the highlighted, right? So we can have this, and this div basically has it's going to house the actual image, the actual squarely bracket, what's that called, ring, right? So it's going to house the actual ring. So I've called the ring. So this is what we're going to do. And stylish ring, let's see if that's it. Okay, so go back, images / okay, that's good. And then one other thing we have to worry about is the styling in between. So you could come here and let's grab this text. So this is actually light gray. So you go to your card and yeah, which is the actual title. Okay, so we can actually put it here, I think. Let me remove it from here, it's not needed. Can put it to cover both. Text light gray. All right, so light green. What else do we have? And the size is actually popping, which is okay. The size is actually 1.125, right? And fonts bold. Okay, so that makes sense, right? And now that we have all of those, the other thing we have to worry about is the destination. So we can just do, right? So it could just be an actual gap. So come here and we have 5e, whatever, very similar to what we had before, but okay, it's the same. So we put in the same text light green there for the duration. Okay, it's already been covered, so that's fine. Okay, so let's refresh this and see what we have. Okay, so we have to, now before we do that, let me look for something. Okay, so that's fine. We can now go to the top selling section and just try to undo all of this. Right, so we'll put in the destination card. So we have the key, we have this has to be destination. Yeah, so destination. So this has to be image, URL, title, duration. I think one of them is missing. Amount unhighlighted. Okay, so that should do it. Okay, now we see our cards, but not in good shape. Okay. Yeah, so we have to give it the proper text. It's missing. So quickly, we're going to export these images the right way. I don't think I did it the right way initially. So what you're going to do, you can just click on it, and then what you want to do is to go to your right pane. So when you're on your right pane, you can see a lot of things here. See box shadow, you can see the path to the image, and so on. But then what I want to achieve here real quick is in here. You can see this particular code, then you see some sort of border, whatever, right? So in here is what we're concentrating on. You can now click on the actual image. This will take you to the actual image. Then you can save that instead, right? So you can just click on it. It's going to open up the actual image, and then you're just going to save it. So this has to be the ROM, right? So which is the full image. The same thing applies here as well. Click on it. So this is actually London, I think. So save the image. It shouldn't be here. We just put it in somewhere. So let's get the root of our project. So let's delete some of the things we don't need. We don't need Rome, right? We don't need London. Then I think Europe is the last one. We don't need Europe, so we can as well just remove them, because these were actually inadequate images. So you can just remove all of them. So let's get a path to this particular place, right? Let's get a path to our images. Copy relative parts and paste it in here. Oh, I think we need the absolute part. Then copy path, paste it in here. Yeah, so we should basically save all of them here. So this one we're saving is basically the London. .jpeg. Okay, it's fine. So what else do we have? We have the actual one, the first one. I must have missed this. So So wait for it to load up, and when it's done loading, you just have to save it. Still loading based on network issues. Okay, so save image. Right, so we ordered images, and this is actually I'm not sure the country, the first country. So you had London. Okay, let me just undo it. Rome. Okay, so you can save that. So we have the Rome.png, and finally the last one. So click on the image right there. Save image, and Europe PNG. So that's pretty much decent. That's the way we should be needing it, right? So what we're going to do is to try to refresh this. Okay, so these are roughly our images. Okay, so we have one that's not coming out well. That's the London one. So let's see. London.jpg. Oh, it's actually a JPG. So okay, destination card, top selling sections, JPG. It's really fine. Okay, so we have the full representation of our images, which makes perfect sense, right? So this is the way we're going to have it. Okay, so you can come here. Let's get the actual height here. So we already have it before. Okay, yet to here is what we're interested in, I think. Okay, so let's undo real quick. Okay, so here is like 314 nights. So let's play around that. Destination card. Close every other open tab. So height 314 pixel. Okay, so we want to make sure that all the height is basically pushed towards that 314. So refresh it. We still have the last one, way more bigger than the rest. Okay, so this is destination. Let's make sure that we are in the right place. Let's comment that out. Okay, all right. So let's forcefully place that in. Okay, so let's do a width 300 pixel. Okay, so we want to use the same width and the same height across all of them. Right, so the same width and height. Yeah. Okay, so let's see what we have in. Okay, so come here, paste it right in here. Yeah, so positioning these images is very problematic. Not sure why this is, or something will unravel. Okay, so we have this. Setting the width and height doesn't seem to help for some weird reason. Right, so but it should have a definitive width and a definitive height. Right. Cool, so let's undo that. Just use object cover. So the width, we have to be very careful because the width might change. The width here is 314, the height is 327. 327 pixels in height. Okay, so okay, so I think what I will do here, in order not to have much issues, is we want to build it without the image. So image will be here, which is completely understandable, right? But at the same time, we should be able to have the stuff here with shadows. I think probably when you over it, you see the shadow. All right, so shadow medium. Let's see if that is coming up well. Right, so shadow medium. Let's place it right here. So shadow medium should be shadow across the entire thing. Right, so the height seems to be too much. You can remove that. Okay, so we just do let first column justify between. We'll justify, and it's going to put it at the bottom. So this is it. So that's just for the image. Sorry about that. It has to be at the top here. Okay, so we can have the image here, but then we can have our actual, our actual stuff right here. Okay, so this is actually an absolute positioning. Let's be sure about that. Absolute bottom 0, right there, so it will not be an hindering factor. Okay, so basically I have it now. So we have to make sure we're able to bring our image in successfully, right? So let's see the distance between here and here. So let's do that. So it's like 1.62 rem. px 1.62 rem. Okay, so at the bottom I think 2.63. Rem. So that should give us a proper button to the bottom, a proper padding to the bottom. So here to the top is basically 1.69. Right? All right. So what else are we going to do? Yeah. So the 1.69 rem is actually placed not there, but on the on the actual text then. Okay, good. So one other thing left now is that we should be able to position the image right within it. Okay, so let's have that image here again. Destination image. Oh, it's getting there. It's not there yet, but yeah, it's trying to get there. So we do contain. So we basically have all the object properties. So object field contain and so on and so forth. So what I want to do is to probably remove this width restriction. Now let's try it out. Oh, removing the width makes it way complicated than it needed to be. Yeah, I think originally it has to do with the width of the actual image. That's why we're suffering this issue, I think. Yeah, so the width is way too much. Okay, so now we have to make it much more smaller with an item in. Let's put it as 200 pixel. Okay, so we are using the width. Let's put it in the actual image class. I think that should be the reason why we're having this issue. Yeah, so the actual image has to, succumb to that, right? So we're actually doing it the wrong way. So object cover, you should cover it without then removing the skews factor. So object cover. Oh no, this should be in the image. Sorry about that. Right here, I mean, not object cover, not here. Okay, so we need an appropriate height here. So the height here was 20.43 rem. 20.43 rem. 20.43 rem. Okay. So you notice it doesn't really have like a padding, by the side or all those things, right? But it's actually rounded large, I think. So yeah, so I think we will have to be removing the shadow. Shadow is something that comes up when you overwrite it, I think. Oh, it does come on, but when you overwrite it, it comes into the picture properly. Yeah, so the px here is supposed to be there, but in the actual in here, I think. So we can put it in there. Okay, so that gives us a much more decent card, and we want to make sure that it's well rounded. Try rounded extra large. Okay, so our own has to be rounded top extra large. Okay, so let's see the rounding there. So the border radius is like 1.5, right? Okay, so yeah, so one of the things that we might want to like take off from there is is the actual. So the list, if you check the side, have some issues with yeah, so when you zoom in quite well, you see that there are some issues here we have to fix, right here and here. So we have to fix those issues real quick. Let's reset this perk, and here that's because we're actually setting there's a shadow across it. I think the thing has to the shadow doesn't have to be applied from there on, right? And we can remove it. Okay, so you can see that it's gone, and the shadow can actually be be added on over, right? So when you over it here in the actual design, you see the shadow at the bottom, basically. Okay, so we want to actually use Tailwind overgroup there. Tailwind overgroup. So Tailwind overgroup allows you to overwrite something and you do something on the other place. So got group over from Tailwind is used Okay, so basically what you just have to do is to set it as a group, right? So when you override this, the group basically, is being affected. So you can come in here, and what you're going to do is to set this as the actual group, right? Right. So well, that's not really the actual group. The group has to be here, I think. So you can now do group over. Then you can now set it with whatever you want. So yeah. So basically, if you hover over it, you can say group over, and then you want to make sure the shadow is medium. So let's check that out. Okay, it's not coming up. Group over. Okay, so this is the group. Okay, so basically I have to do align it properly. So when you over it, you get to see the card. So what we're going to do here is that, so we still have the same border radius of like I think 1.5 rem, and yeah, that should come when you over it. So when you do the group over, okay, so I think it's rounded. And you paste that in. So let's check it out. Okay. Adding bottom and just do 4 rem right there. Okay. Hello. I did half an hour. Yeah, I may call you back. I did busy now. All right. Oh, okay. Okay, I was still being recorded. Oh, that's crazy. Cut it out. Okay, so shoot. So back to what we're saying. The pattern seems very way off. So we could just do. Don't worry about it. So padding bottom 4 rem. Yeah, that's way better. So 4 rem seems to be too much. You can reduce it to 2 rem. Okay, so basically I have these cards, were created, crafted. All right, so we have an idea of what it should be like. But the only thing that seems to be missing now in this particular design is the stylish something by the right. So that stylish lets you, shape. So basically I have to position it, right? So I liked it. I think the last one should have highlighted true. Yeah, it does. It does. So absolute, okay, relative. Okay, so we have to position it by the side. Let's see. Right. 4 rem or minus 4 rem. Rem, 6 rem. So bottom will just be 8. Bottom 16. Okay. So one other thing we want to do, we want to make sure that it's actually, eating the entire shape. Alright. So far. Okay, so let's make sure that's okay with the what you have. I think. Okay, so it's like at the middle of the card. I think can still take it up a little bit. Okay, that's like 4 rem. Let's do 5 rem. It's completely fine. Okay, so one of the things we want to do is to make sure that it's way below what we already have. So -10. Let's take it backwards. Okay, so that makes sense. So now we have an idea of these chords. So it's coming in here, which is as expected. So one other thing we need to fix is to make it, fill the entire shape on say small screen, I think. So first of all, I want to hide this. Hidden, so medium displayed as block is completely fine. Right, so one thing I want to do now is to be able to, worry about this image width in this circumstance. Okay, so the width is not really like tying up, right? So we can as well just give the entire thing a very reasonable width, each of the cards, so that will make it much more easy to work with, right? So we can do that. Okay, so what's missing? Right, so we can just easily do that on willful on a normal medium device, while smaller screens we can make it less of an issue. Come in here. So one thing I want to do is to just position it at the middle on smaller screens. Go to the top select section and then justify between. What we want to do here is justify center. Justify between is if it's actually a medium screen. Then medium, justify between. But that should give us a context of what we should be expecting. So small screen is justify center. Okay, flex column gap 4. Medium flex 0. Okay, justify center. This should work. This should work. Let's investigate why we're having excess styling on the sides. Oh, it has to do with the yeah, so that's completely fine. So the gap is fine. Destination is column. Yeah, column. So we just want to okay, so let's stretch this out. Yeah, that doesn't seem to work. Okay, so that's okay for small screen. So I want to clear the madness here. Seems to be some issues, and I need to investigate. There seems to be too much width, I think. Maybe the width full is affecting it. I'm not sure if that is the case. Okay, we really have this. So flex. Okay, so now remove this flex column. Now what do we have? Okay, we now have this, which is okay. Oh, item center. Has to be item center, not the other way around. Crazy. All right, so basically that does it. So item center will basically put it at the center for us, since it basically has the flex column, right? So on the very large screen, we basically see this instead. So let's fix that. So medium is going to be, it's not going to be item center. Items, maybe item stretch. I'm not sure about that. Okay, so let's leave this one first. Let's move to the item setter. Oh, okay. There seems to be another issue, and that could obviously, be coming from the card itself. So maybe the width full is affecting it, so I can remove that, and then let's see. Okay. All right, it was one with full here. Let's add it back. Okay, so we added it, but it's not really having an effect. That could be because it's not really stretching, as expected. So we'll take this off. That should work. To reverse this real quick. Okay, small screen. Good. On large screen, we have all of this. So that's pretty decent, right? So that's quite of a debugging right there, right? So we just want to make sure that on a small screen, it still maintains the same shape, in a proper shape and a proper dimension. Okay, so let's come in here. Let's check it on the mobile. Good, everything's coming out well. Good. Okay, so you can close this up. And then let's go back to our actual design. Okay, so I think that actually concludes the top destinations part of our lesson. And then we'll move on to the next part. It has to do with the easy and fast section. So easy and fast section is a little bit okay, so we can easily handle that quickly and move on sharply. So what we're going to be doing is to basically have the title, then the other title as well. Then we can have other sections to it too. All right, so let's do this. All right, we can close out the things that we do not need. Right, so it's actually called the easy and fast, like booknet strip section. Okay, here we go. And we just finished. So we can just copy all of this, take it in here. Let's have this as a section. Right, we already have this as an actual section, and you can take this off, doesn't matter. So the title is actually easy and fast. We can copy that, easy and fast, and then we have the book your next trip in 3 steps, so you can paste it in there, right? And so basically we have that. Shouldn't even be part of the session, but so what I'm trying to do is we can have 2 sides to it and vertically align the image. So we can easily have this as a div and copy this, paste it right in here. So we can have a div that shows different sections, right? So these are actually what I refer to as the steps. So you can call these steps is an array of whatever, right? So ID 0. So ID 0. We have the title. Choose destination. We have the description. Oh no, lorem ipsum. That's what we have as description. So it's completely fine. You can grab it here. Obviously, I know why I can copy it. It's crazy. Copy it and let's go back and paste it right in there. Right, so it's the same thing with the other one. So we can just like copy it and change the title. So we have the one. So we have the two. Right, so we have to grab the title and modify the title accordingly. So make payment, copy and paste. Copy this and let's have it pasted in here and paste it. Okay, so one of the things that is a little bit peculiar is the icons, right? So we need to specify the icon URL. So the icon URL basically the first one will start from images / destination icon, I think. ABCD, yeah, good. Destination icon.png. So we can actually grab that, go to the other one, and that has to be the payment icon. And finally, we go to the last one, and this has to be the airport icon. Right, so that's pretty straightforward. And we need our cards, right? So we can actually display one card for all of this. It's completely fine. So go to source component card. So here we're going to actually create a new card. I'm going to call it the trip step card. Spell that correctly. Dot card. Card.csx. After export, we have it in here. Right. So the things we just need here is a very small card. So we need a way to be able to display the actual icon URL. Right, so we need the title and then we need the description. So all this can actually fit into the iProps. So iProps that we can actually define as an interface at the top. So we can just pack everything in. So the icon URL, which is a string, title, definitely which is a string as well. So this is not a comma, it's actually a semicolon. And then the description, which is a string as well. So this makes sense now. So what we want to do is to be able to have divs. This div, the first one, will basically secure the image. So that would be for the icon URL. This can actually be the step icon. It's completely fine. And then we have a separate div with two contents. One has to do save as the heading, right? Yeah, so basically taking the title and yeah, taking the description as well. So what we're going to do here, now that we already have this, is to be able to check the styling and make sure we are in the right track. Let's see, where are we? We can start to remove this. So we have the light gray, right? So that's for the first one, the title. So we have the light gray, and yeah, it's actually one rem and the font weight is 700. So font 700, right? So you can copy all of this and paste it in the description part, or the description has to be changed a little bit. Same coloring, I think, 5e, whatever. 5e, so it's the same coloring, but the font width is actually differs, right? So basically I have all of this, and then reflex column, gap 2, right? So basically I have the images, the image or the icon. So we can actually flex gap 8 item center. So that just gives us the idea of what to anticipate. So we'll go to the book Next.js section, and yeah, we'll go here and we want to do steps dot map. We have a step, and let's render the actual card component. So the key is equal to the step dot id. Right, so we have the title, step dot title, and then finally we have the description. So we have the step dot description. So that just gives us a very good way to handle it. And then the icon URL. So we have step dot icon URL. Okay, so yeah, this is what we have. We have to reduce the spacing between here. So we can remove this real quick. The spacing here can just be 1. No spacing at all. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so that makes sense a lot. So the spacing between here and here is 3 rem. So roughly, basically, I have like 3 rem in between all of these cards. So we have the flex column, gap 3 rem. So 3 basically is you can just paste it in here. Okay, so basically I have an idea of what to expect in there. So the image, right? So this guy on a trip is what we need. So one of the things that we need to fix real quick is actually text left and not center. So that should position it properly. And yeah, the distance between here and here is what we want to focus on. 1.94. So 1.94 empty, 1.94 rent. Okay, so that makes sense. Then now comes our question. So we already have a div here. We need a separate div to take care of the actual image, right? So just do a div here, and let's grab an existing image. Oh, we don't have. So image source, we just do / images. So images / so then in our images, what else are we focusing on? We need the trip image, stylish underline, from next trip. Oh, next trip, interesting. So we need this image, which is like the next trip image. That's PNG. So definitely the girl. On the wall. I don't know what that is. So it's completely fine. So just give a proper depiction of what's contained within the icon. So you could just do card with a girl on a wall. So that's not bad. Just scroll down, and there we go. So what we're going to do now is to align it properly, right? So we already have a div, well, the second div still flex justify between. I should put them in the same line. Right, so then item center. Okay, so that gives us a proper flow One thing that might really be an issue now has to do with the size, the sizing from the top, right? So we can actually fix that by accounting for it right here. So you can say -5 rem. The effect will not be shown, right? -5 rem. So -15 rem. Oh, okay. It's actually doing the opposite. Oh, not like that. So -5 rem should take us close to the top, I think. Yeah. So let's check it for a small screen. We have to make sure that this image basically comes down, right? So flex row, medium, flex column. So this will actually, reposition the actual image. So basically have these in this. So we have the flex row here in the medium. Oh, it's actually the opposite. Row, medium. What am I doing? So basically it's flex column and medium will be flex row, right? So that gives us a better perspective right there, right? So we can take that off. Okay, so that is pretty decent. Yeah, pretty decent. Okay, so there we go. And let's play around with the -15 rem again. Okay, so that's not bad. Oh, it could be an issue when you want to resize. That's something you should stay away from. Let's do -10. Okay, so you can actually see what we have in here. Okay, so when you come here, when you come in here and you go in like real deep, you have this, right? Yes, good. Nothing is affected. That is the actual behavior as required. Okay, so we have an idea of what should be there. Okay, so let's have here pop-ins, and so on. Okay. Okay, so that's okay. Okay, makes sense. All right, so just make sure that nothing is broken. Everything is still working as expected, right? So I'm not sure if there's any other thing there in that section. We easily move on to the testimonials section. Wow, quite lots of sections in this build up. It's completely fine. So let's worry about how we're going to build out this card. So let's get the actual image of this guy. So you can click on here. So this is this guy. So you can save it and we can just call it Mike. So replace it with what we already have. Okay, so this is good. And we have to set this up as fast as we can. Okay, so this is testimonial section. Okay, so it's all very similar with this as well. So we can easily grab that and reuse some of the same pattern. Okay, so there we go. And so we can actually copy this. So paste this in this testimonial section and just replace this with testimonial section. So basically what we'll be needing is it has its own separate card. I think is needed. So that's like the actual title. So you can remove all of this, right? Some of this, and then we'll play around with what is actually expected. right? These are not the steps. These are actually, you know, customer feedbacks like reviews. So these reviews, the ID here is 0. This is a, you know, description. So this is description. This is the so we basically need the location, the name of the individual. Reviews name is like reviewer name. So reviewer name is Mike Tyler. So you can copy that real quick and have it pasted right here. Mike Tyler, and I think images, then Mike.png. That's Mike's review. Alright, so I did too. I don't really have a picture of someone else, so we'll still use Mike's picture. Probably just give it Chris Thomas, I think. Chris Thomas and the CEO of Red Button. Okay, so I think that was supposed to be a country. Very inconsistent flow. So we'll have to make it a, you know, Lahore, Pakistan. It would have been nice if it's actually like the actual, you know, country or position of the person. So we can just use one, so it doesn't really matter. We can say position right here. So position there, and yeah, Chris Thomas. The other one has to do Lahore, Pakistan in this position, so it's practically the same thing. Don't want to spend much time there. And yeah, it's more like a vertical slider, right? So, but then in this lesson, I will not be actually be implementing the core functionality. You know, I will just do the actual design. So yeah, you guys can play around with, you know, making it work. Shadcn basically has a very good flow that you guys can follow. So you can come in here and go to the carousel part. You can see this carousel and you can use it too. So they're actually using Ember's carousel. So you can check Ember's like documentation, Ember documentation, for you to have a proper idea of how to use, you know, the carousel. So this is something you can use. It's more like a carousel that you have to basically trigger, right? So, but then I had to, you know, develop this actual implementation. We'll scroll down, and yeah, using fast, we can let's in 3 steps. In our own case, it has to be testimonials. Okay, so we'll have to copy this. For some weird reason, it's not coming up. Testimonials, and what people say about us. We just write that. What after letter P, people say about us. Okay, so that is okay. And yeah, there's actually dots at the end. Okay, so what else do we have? On board. Okay, so I was like 700, 500, 600. Not sure if we actually had like 600, but it's worth checking. Okay. Alright, so definitely 700. So it's the bold presentation. Okay, here we go. And yeah, we basically can just export this as an SVG since we are not making it functional or anything. Come in here, export. So we're going to call this indicator. Call it a slide indicator. Right, so we go to images and we just put it there. Right, so we can come in here and yeah, create a div for it. Right, images, source, auth, slide indicator. Slide indicator.png, so we can close this out, not needed. Right, so this will actually give us our slide indicator. So let's make sure it's coming through. Okay, so what's the distance between here and here? Distance is basically roughly 5m. From what I can see, 5.12. Right, so that makes sense. That should push it way downwards. And so let's have the right hand side. So how can we go about creating this? So we can basically have one card. This is a replica of this card, I think. It's actually a replica, just stacked on top. So what we're going to do is to create this card, and yeah, I'll create the card here. Testimonial card. So we can just create here. So this is the testimonial card. So we need everything that is necessary. So we can actually find the interface. So I props, and we have the image URL, which is a string. We have the review, which definitely is a string as well, and then we have the name, and finally we have the position. Is a string as well, so we can basically extract all of this into here. Image URL, review, name, position. So that is pretty much decent as expected. And then yeah, we can go ahead with the card and just create it the way it should be. All right, so we have here, let's get a div denoting the actual image. I think this should be absolutely positioned. That way we have an idea of what's actually happening. So that's the way we're going to do it. It has to be absolutely positioned, so that image has to be here. So this can actually have a class, a relative. This can have a class of absolute, top 0, left 0. So we can actually have an image, can have a source as image URL. So then we can have an auth as reviewer image or reviewer photo. Right, so and then we basically can continue with the actual part of the application. It has to do with the the actual review. So we can do appros across. So we do it twice, right? So you can actually pass in your review in here in between. So you can pass the review in between, right? So let's get the actual styling. Looks more like light gray or something. So light gray. So light gray. I enjoyed. First one rem. So line height is like that's leading. Leading is like 2 rem, so it's 8. So leading 8. So that is it for the actual one. So then we basically have, I think, the name. So the name is basically bold, in a way, bolder than the first. It's the same color. We have a little bit of, okay, so it's like this, same color as this, and then font 600, then the font 600, and so the distance between here and here is like 2.12 rem. 2.12 rem, right? So there we go over this as well, right? So we have this, and yeah, that's the position. Correct. So we have to grab the actual color. It's very similar to this as well. You can just grab the same class name, so grab it right there. And there we go. We're almost very close to it. I'm not sure if anything is missing. Okay, except the fact that the font size is a little bit smaller. Oh, I see. Right, so that's the font size. That's quite a lot. Alright, so that's what we have. So we can now display testimonial section, the right hand side. So let's have the testimonial card. So what we're going to do is to look through what we already have as our review. Reviews, we have one review. They want to put our card in between, right? So this is our card in between, and so we could just do the key real quick. Review the ID and icon or email URL, reviewer name, position, and description. Description has to be with the review, the actual review. So it's a reviewer name, and we also do this as the review. So position, review position. So review itself, review the review, and finally, I think we basically have the image URL. review the image URL. So what was the thing missing? Reviewer name and name. So reviewer name. Interesting. So you can come in here, reviewer name, and the review. I don't know. It's not really needed. Okay, so let's refresh, see what we have. Okay, we can actually see that it's coming on for both parties, which is okay. Alright, so basically I have to stack card, and yeah, we need to basically show one on top and one below it. So obviously will not be. So I just want to grab the first one and map through, okay, so we don't need to loop through it because of the condition of it. So we can easily just grab this, put it right there, put it right there, put it right there, put it right there, and finally there. So we can take all of this looping stuff off. And this will allow us to have just one item, which is okay. Okay, so here's the map. So we are not mapping. Okay, so we have to refresh that. Okay, so we're going to actually use the avatar here, but it's very easy to achieve. We don't need to custom logic for that. We can as well just have the width and the height all spelled out. Let's get the width here, 4.25 rem, width and height 4.25 rem. So replicate same thing for the height. And then just do rounded full. Yeah, that gives us an idea of how it should be. So it seems to have a little shadow of its own, very large shadow, I think. So you can come in here, shadow large. Okay, so the space in between the top and bottom is like 2 rem. So you can just do P4. P4 is 1 rem, so P8 is basically like 2 rem. So rounded slight. So rounded is 0.624. Rounded 0.6. So rounded slight. Okay. Okay, so top is actually -4 rem. Right, so the left has to be -4 rem. Okay, so we can actually still want to pad it if we want, but I think that just does it for us. Align it at the middle. Right, so the font bold in here is not really reflecting. Review, yeah, I think 700 would have made it work. Okay. So allow Pakistan. Are you sure that's the right way? That's the reviewer name 600. So we can do the same thing here. Oh, as well. That's for the positioning. I want to make it a little bit bold. Okay, all right. So we have to be careful about all of this, but the more you make it bold, the lesser it is in terms of how it should be in visual hierarchy, right? So you have to position it the way that matches um, the way you basically want it, right? So the only thing we might actually add here is the audio card. So the audio card can be a variation of this first card, but a little bit different, right? So it's to have very similar characteristics, then it is going to be different. So what we're going to do here is to have this card here, and make sure that it's actually relatively positioned, right? So we could just do 1, 2, 1 here, and yeah, normally wrap this around a div so we can style it properly. So you can add a class name. We could just do absolute, right? Bottom 0, right 0. Let's try that out. Bottom 8, right? So that's bottom 8 first, and we want to make sure that the z index is a little bit backwards. I will take it way back, right? So we get to see what we need to see. So bottom 32. Okay, so one of the things that we need to focus on here is that we can just remove the image in the second one. I don't think it's really relevant, but then it was pushed inwards, which is an advantage for us. So you could just do left. I think it's actually left, not right. Left 0. So we could do left 32. That should take it way inward. Okay, so I think that is it. This is basically it, and we have to be careful. So bottom, okay, so that makes sense. So you can see our card never had a beige white, a background, so it is roughly transparent. So remember, we have that now. That's going to cancel out what we already have. So I'll come back here. Instead of 32, I can just do 16. Okay, so for rem, let's do 5 rem. Six rem. Okay, so not bad. So one other thing we need to figure out here is how it's been extended outwards, right? How it's been extended outwards. So yeah, the max width here can be this. So you can specify that as the max width of the card. This is the max width of the card, and that will allow us to basically have a proper overview. Right, so I'm not sure why this is not bulging out. Oh, it's actually positioned, so that might be actually affecting what it should be doing, I think. So let's not do that. Oh, same thing happens though. Same thing. Okay, so we'll just look for a workaround for that. Right, so so it has some sort of border, I think. Okay, so this is the border color. Right, so second one basically has a border, and yeah, we put our border way around it. Border. So it should not show shadow. So we'll just do this one as backdrop. So we'll pass in a new is backdrop, a new prop. So this prop will be responsible in allowing us to style it properly. So we're actually going to be way optional. Boolean. So what we're going to be doing here is want to bring everything in. Right. So we can put this in here. We can bring that in there, and yeah. So we can basically do this. Sorry. So it's backdrop. So we want to remove the shadow none. Shadow none, but just add border first. Border, whatever border I'll specify here, basically. Okay, so like this. Copy that. Remove it from there and paste it right here. Remove one of the borders. There. Here we go. Let's make sure we're still in the same page. Okay. So yeah, that should actually do it for us. Okay. Yeah, so we can actually remove the shadow large. You can put it here. Right, so it's now optionally determined. So you can see okay, so basically how this, let's make sure we just refresh it. Let's make sure everything is synced correctly. So the shadow large, shadow none if there's backdrop true. Right, so let's make sure it's actually true. Oh, it's not in our cards. Backdrop. Okay, you can see that we no longer have that. So we just need to put in our borders correctly. Yeah, that's interesting. So you can come in here and border 1 pixel. I think what we have there was actually 2 pixel. Let's see, be rounded and all. Oh, it's actually 2 pixels, so it's understandable. So it's actually 2 pixels, so it's rounded as well. Yeah, so that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. And let's put the marks with there as well. So let's see. Okay, so marks is not really something. Okay, let's see. Sure we're in the right track. Okay, so basically I have that, and quickly we have to put this one like put it away from the actual stuff, right? So let's see how we can do that. On the right 16, let's just try that out. Let's see what we have. Oh, interesting. So we could just do 8. Doesn't have to be that much. It just have to be much to cover the text, I think. All right. So what we're going to do real quick here is to be able to, prevent this on a much more smaller scale, right? So before we do that, let's just bring in the actual vertical stuff, right? So yeah, so we can actually do that here. Just in that section, we already have this. Then we can just come here, create our divs, and then create two divs. Each divs basically have, we house the actual image. So the actual image now in this case is actually the chevron up and down. So chevron up, so you can remove that, spell it correctly, chevron up, and then chevron down, I think. Chevron down. So let's see if it's coming out correctly. Here it is. So the gap between this, okay, we can't really see the appropriate gap, but we know the height is not that much. So flex column gap 32, right? So gap 32 seems to be too much, so we could just do half of that. That should be fine. Okay. Okay, not bad. So what I want to do quickly is to make sure that this is well positioned alongside the actual part. So we just do flex here and item center. Okay, so the gap between here and here is basically 4.12 rem. 4.12 rem. Okay, so this actually gives us the proper gap. When you hover over it, we want the cursor to basically change as well. So each of these, you can just come in here and do over cursor pointer. Alright, so that should do that. So that is the section for the testimonials. Okay, so one of the things that I have been missing, it's very inconsistent. So this testimonial is in all caps, right? So you could go to the section and just change this to uppercase. So that should be able to fix it real quick. Okay, so let's check it on the smaller device. It's going to be all crammed up. That's understandable, right? So let's make sure we fix that. Go to the testimonial section, and yeah, this is it. Flex row, flex column, I think, and the flex row. All right, so let's check this out. Okay. Yeah, I think this is it. Relative testimonial cards and the actual text, I think. So it doesn't have to be here. I think it has to be in the actual section. Okay, so I'll just leave here, and Hmm. Okay, so this was actually laid out well. Um, Flex column means these two should be in the same um, place, right? Let's check it out. Why it's not working? It's actually working, but weirdly, right? So margin top, we don't have to do all of this. I'll remove that. Let's use the proper top. Okay, so we can undo our changes. So medium has to be flexible. So yeah, basically what we're going to do here is that it requires lots of page. You can see from here it is way extended. So this has to be from large screen, large screen upwards. It doesn't have to be in medium screen. So medium screen should be able to take it this way as well. But extremely large screen can start processing it, I think. Okay, not really bad, but it's overlapping way too much. You can play with the extra large, right? Okay, so extra large screen is pretty decent in extra large screen, so yeah, that makes sense. Easy and fast, and testimonials, right? So one thing I want to do as well is to remove the image from the other part. Yeah, so if it exists, there is no point to actually display an actual image. Let's get it. So only display is when it actually doesn't contain any backdrop, so that makes sense. Okay, so let's go over again. Smaller screen. Okay, looks way better than the rest. And yeah, we can remove this other part, the dotted line on a smaller screen, or we could just make it, take it to the bottom if we want. Yeah. Hidden on small devices, it can be shown on larger screens. So take this there and we'll paste it right there. All right, great. So we have a steady flow now, and yeah, so this actually has to do with testimonials part, right? Let's make sure that we are in good hands. Okay, that's fine. So this section has to be a little bit careful. So we'll do okay, so we could do that to reduce the spacing in between. Let's make sure that space doesn't affect anything. Okay, so that spacing can actually be applied, from I think large device. Right. All right, so that's not bad. So let's give it a proper gap in between, and so we have the gap 8. Okay, and gap 16. Okay, not bad. That's pretty decent, as expected. So on the mobile, we might want to reduce the gap in between. So just do gap 4. In between the vertical whatever, right? So I want to reduce it a little bit on the mobile devices. Okay, good job. Okay, so we are almost close to the end, I think. So we have to display this logo group, right? Okay, so we'll quickly get started with the logo group section, right? So let's have that ready. Okay, so we can just remove this from here. Make sure there are no unused imports. Okay, so a logo group section, and yeah, it's just a matter of displaying the actual image. Logo group. So logo group, we can just do slide images slash logo. PNG. Okay, so that is it. Yes, so we just do with full. Let's justify center. Okay, so this is actually all a logo group. Yeah. So this is going to basically be the actual stuff I've talked about. As per just bring the image in, doesn't really contain much. Okay, so let's go to the subscription section, and yeah. So then we have a lot of fancy stuff here. We might spend quite a time here as well. So we are almost there, which is the good news, right? So this is the newsletter section. So we actually be using input from Shadcn here. So we can actually go to Shadcn documentation, and let's install the input. So if we just copy this in npm, and yeah, we can come in here, or close this out, doesn't really matter. So make a duplicate of this root. Depending on your terminal, you can just like spring up the same terminal in the same project root, and then just copy that in. So just copy this and paste it right here. So it's going to add our input component, which we'll use later. So let's see what other component do we need apart from input. Not sure. Nah, that's all. It's just the input, and we should be good to go. Alright, so it's still installing. We'll give it a moment. Give it a moment. Oh, still installing. Alright, 500 years later, it's done. Alright, so we can basically like close that out, and let's worry about this section, right? And there we go. Alright, so basically I have this. So how am I going to approach this? There are lots of absolute elements, right? So it's 3 absolute or 4 absolute elements, and 2 actual elements. So we could just create a paragraph. Just create a div. I'll worry about the actual element first. Paragraph. So you can just grab all of this, grab all of those, and then we paste it right in here. And yeah, we need the input. So we have a div again. So we have the an input from Shadcn, this particular input. So you could just go to the code and grab it. So you can just paste it in here, and don't forget to import it from your UI input. So what we have here as a placeholder is your email. So the type is email, it's completely fine. And then we need our button. So you come in and do main button. So the text is going to be subscribe. And yeah, we'll worry about the type and other stuff soon. So the height is very big, 4.25 rem in height. So we just our classes height 4.225 rem. Okay, that's quite much. 4.25 rem, too much. So the width is actually roughly 11.25 rem. So we could break this down a bit. Width 11.25 rem as the width. Okay, so not really bad. We can reduce that. Seems that it's adding to it unnecessarily. We can just use 9, please. So you build it and make sure that you are seeing the right thing as expected. So here we already have a linear gradient. You remember the linear gradient we created at the beginning of the lesson? So now it's time to use it. So check your global.css, I think. Let me close this up. Source app, global.css. You just want to use red gradient. Actually, it's orange in color, I think. Okay, so I think you can actually see the gradient color if it's coming right. Yeah, very much similar with what we have in here. Yeah, I think. So what you want to do is red gradient. You have to make sure that that is the actual class. So that's very important. And you could have like specified BG secondary. So now, but want to worry about the fact that it has to be red gradient. Okay, so I think I need to modify this a bit. It's not really showing up as expected. It's gradient, so I can just add a new, a new prop and go to the main button. So we can come in here. It can actually be a boolean, and yeah, we'll come in here, place it right here. So yeah, B secondary, BG primary. So this is the background. Right, so we want an actual styling. So what I want to do now is to be able to cover all of this. Right, it's not really coming up because of the way we have it here. And notice gradient. So I notice gradient. Do this. So it's more of like, oh, let's just have the class name and then we'll put the class name in. That's the actual class name. So so we could undo all of those. So we can put that in here, and yeah, go to our style, the CSS, and just grab this red gradient. Okay, it seems to be coming through. right? Seems to be coming way through. And okay, if I say is gradient over variance is definitely a boolean, then yeah, so that should do it for us. Not sure there's any other thing missing. Yeah, so and yeah, one more thing I need to try to make sure it's working as expected is to purposely remove the actual background color from it. Okay. So background. Good. So it basically has to be the background, not the background color. Alright, so that's why it wasn't showing up. So we're going to undo all of this, and yeah, we didn't actually need all of this, but it's completely fine as far as it works. Yeah, so you can just pass in the prop is gradient. So this is where I undo the gradient factor for you personally. Okay, so in this input we need to pass in some prop, I think. Alright, so let's go to a newsletter section. Okay, it doesn't have any prepend or whatever, and there should be some level of prepend. Let's look, the values. Okay, so I think we have this, right? Okay, so the radius UI, we can basically check that out in the documentation, I think. There's no link here for some weird reason. But yeah, what we actually need is a way to, put in this kind of icon inside of it. Right, so this is what we're going to do. We can do this. We absolutely inject this into it, right? And let's do some coloring plus PG white. Let me have the background is white. Okay, and the border can be primary. Primary. Okay, so we can just remove the outline. Outline primary. Let's check that out. Or focus, I think. Okay. Yeah, so we can just remove the outline and set none to it. That would take off the the outline completely, I think. That's strange. So we can go into the component and let's manipulate it. And can just put it here so we have it in sync. So yeah, the ring of says slit, whatever. So we just do primary there, BG primary. So the ring effect, primary, so that should do it for us, I think. Okay. I need to scroll to the right and remove this part. Oh no. Screen issues. Screw here and just remove this part. I just don't know what is wrong with my VS Code. So I will just remove this entire thing here. So we basically have some bluish color, which is not what we want, right? Right. So we basically have ring split to BG primary. Oh, that's focus. Scattering it. Ring. Oh, we're actually worrying about the ring and the primary. Just want that to be primary. Very good. And then we can remove the borders. Yeah. So let's see. We have lots of open tab. We have to remove a couple of them to. Alright, so let's go here. I'm not sure. This letter section. So you can just remove all of this. Okay, that's what I wanted to achieve. Alright. Your email and composition is here. So we can actually have an image as well. So source, the auth, so envelope icon, and the images / envelope.png. So we can just like absolutely position this correctly within the input. So you can make this relative. Well, this has to be absolute, right? So absolute top 4, left 4. All right. Let's see what we got. Okay, as expected. We can just make some modifications to it. Top can be 2. Okay, so let's make sure that our input height makes sense. So the height here is like 4.25. 4.25. So height 4.25 rem. Oh, that's too much. That's way too much. It's crazy how Figma just comes up with some crazy, crazy valuation, with the actual pixel size. So let's try 3 rem. Okay, 3 doesn't seem bad, but can just do 2.5, I think. Okay, 2.5 isn't bad either. 2.8. Okay, that's pretty decent, right? So you can do top 4 now. Okay, then top 4 or top 3 should be fine. Okay, so then you want a way to be able to adjust the padding. So P and left, you can just say it. Okay, so we have it as 16. Okay, so 16 is basically, I think, 4 rem. So we could settle for 3 rem. Okay, that's pretty much decent. So we have an idea. When we come in here, we know what to expect. We know what to expect from there. Alright, so yeah, so this basically has some styling to this and we should be good to go. Come in here, let's look for the actual text color, I think. As a light gray. So we have to pin this. Unpin and just close this. Then close the rest. Thank you all for your service. Alright, so we'll come in here and we should be able to see the actual text, right? So we have light gray. Is the font size. Okay, so that's the font size, and yeah, font width is 100. All right. Okay, seems to be way too much. That's the unit setting. 16. That's using is very correct. Very strange how the actual thing doesn't give the actual representation. Maybe 1.5 RAM. So come in here and just do plus justify between. Okay, item center. So what you want to do quickly is make sure that this guy grow, right? So just do plus grow. So it's going to grow, alongside this. So I have to specify the item center. Center, some gaps. Okay, basically has the same height as the other one, so probably we have to play with the height of the input too as well. So 3 RAM. Okay, not bad, not looking bad. Or 3.5. Not sure, but let us see. Okay, so the other thing we need to worry about is the top 5. Okay, not bad at all. So we have that perfectly aligned. And the other thing we need to worry about is the text itself. And we just position it at the center. The center. Okay. And then we have to worry about the distance between here and here, 4.63. Right, so we just do 2.63. Okay, so that's pretty decent, and yeah, there we go. Then go add class name. Let's get the actual color here, light color. Right, so this is it. According to the top, it's like 4.94 RAM. Rounded is large. So rounded is large is like rounded top left is forward. Okay, so top left large. So these ones has to do like normal rounding off. This is rounding 1.5. Okay, so any other thing missing to do with the actual shapes. Alright, so we can actually grab all of the shapes, right? And we can have yeah, it's completely fine. We can just use them here. Here slash bottom left. Alright, so we're looking for the bottom left shape, I think, and let's see, we have the blob shape. Okay, we've used all of this. Okay, round ruling left. Okay, this is the left one, I think. Oh, that's true, and this is the right. Okay, so we can use this. So round ring left. So what? We can just have round ring left. Left, right. And send icon, I think. Okay, send icon. Okay, let's see if it's coming out. as expected. Okay, so basically have all the shapes. That's a good one. So the send icon, I thought we already have the entire stuff in there. Send icon. Not really. I thought we already have the entire shape. Yeah, so we could just grab the entire shape. Not really. Okay, so we can actually go to the images and just paste it right in. Right, so this has to be with the same shape, so use that instead. Send shape, right, and then we should be able to have a proper shape. All right, so now we already know that all of this has to be absolutely positioned, and obviously the opacity reduced, I think. So we can easily come in here, absolute, bottom 0, left 0. So this is actually top 0, right 0. Yeah, and lastly we have the send little icon. Paste in the same side here. It has to be absolute positioned. Top 0, right 0. And yeah, so let's position this first. Top 4, you can just push it down, I think. Well, we can actually put that in between to take it way up. And then the same thing we apply to the right. So right 4. Okay, so that gives us a very significant part of what to expect. And yeah, there we go. Reduce the opacity of each of these shapes to the barest minimum, right? So it's very easy to accomplish. So we can come in here, move each of these shapes downwards. So bottom 8. Okay, so we have those. Other thing we want to do is that we don't want the it to span out. So it should be below or before the actual image. Okay, it can be on top, right? So it can be on top. We just have to be like careful about the actual width and all. So okay, so this is something we'll do. We have to reduce the actual width. 100 pixel. Okay, so with 100 pixel, let's play around with that. So 100 pixel. Okay, so that's pretty decent, right? And then you can play around with the bottom 8 and bottom 2, bottom 0. Okay, just make sure the opacity is very faint to 25. Okay, so yeah. So we have to make sure that the zoom text is on top of it. So we can just do. So we can give these, I think, a Z of 10. I will give the other one a Z of like a rank. Okay, Z of 20. Let's try that out. Okay, not really. It's actually way below it, because if it's not, we would not be able to click on that button. So it doesn't really matter. There's no point setting this index in this particular stage. So yeah, other thing I would love to do is to put it inside a little bit. I can see some of its legs spreading out. All right. So how are we going to do that? So we already have we have it here, and want to do left. So do left 4. That should be fine. For fun. Okay, so that's almost decent. Great. So we'll do the same thing for the top. Just copy the same style and adjust the whatever. Absolute, just like that. Top right. Let's refresh this. It's not reflecting the actual change. Oh, absolutely. Now I see. Okay. So we don't want to. So right can just be 0. So right can be 0. Let's check that out. Okay, so that gives us a proper perspective of what's to be expected. So subscribe button cannot click because for some weird reason it's actually on top of it, right? So this is something we basically have to battle with. It has to be way below it and not on top, right? So let's go back to setting our actual Z index. I'm going to get it all sorted by playing around with the Z index. So what I just basically did was to add the Z index of 10 here and add the Z index of 10 here to basically allow the input to be on top of the actual, what's it called? Of the actual elements, these absolute elements, those 2 rings. So this is the one on the left, and this is the one on the right. So we adding this index to both the main button, and the input makes it basically clickable, and the item itself will stay right before the actual input. The same thing applies for buttons as well. So gradually, I think that makes sense. We're about to run this off, and we're on to the last part of it. And it's been quite of a journey, and I really want to thank you guys for sticking around. All right, so let's get this last part completed. Okay, so we're gonna have I think the folder section. Great. So what do we have here? This is a section, right? So we have lots of divs, I think. So we have 3 major divs, 1, 2, and then 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So the first one basically has, a little bit of, I think it has a logo, I think. I'll just display the logo there. MG source art, and we can actually call this the footer logo, right? And the source can actually be /images, then /. So let's look for the actual logo name here. I think I've created it before, but I've forgotten the name I used. This logo group, logo bottom. Okay, makes sense. Logo bottom.png. That gives us an idea of what should be there, right? So we basically have another paragraph, and this is it. So you can copy that and paste it in here, and let's start. So what do we have? I think it's light gray. Okay, so it's light gray. And what? Light gray? Not sure. Have to be sure about these things. 5862 light gray. Okay, it's actually light gray. Should follow my instruction next time. Okay, so basically I have that, and so the other part basically has to do with a couple of things, which looks very weird, but at the same time it's completely fine. So we basically have like 3 divs, right? So we have some sort of header. First one is called company, and copy that and paste it in, and we have some text. Well, we'll just put this in a div and separate it by piece basically. So we have the about, we have the careers, and we have the mobile. So about. So if you want to use a link and wrap it around the link, link from the next app. So you can basically do that as well. So basically, I have about, we have careers, and lastly we have the mobile. Right, so basically I have this. So all we have to do is to basically style this accordingly, and we should be good. Correct. So gap can be 4, right? So the same thing applies here. Well, gap can be 2. So here on the other end, you have to make sure that it's bold. So that's actually the black 088. So light black, I think. Okay, so the font is actually 700. So text light black, and yeah, the font size is a little bit different. I'll grab it from there and just include it right here, I think. Okay. Alright, so the same thing. Let's see what this would. Light gray. So text light gray. Just put it right there. Font size 1.125 rem, and similarly font 500. So we can just grab the entire thing. So this should be the text. Sorry about that. That's the font size. Go here and paste it in. Same thing applies. Okay, so let's scroll all the way down. Yeah, looking good. So just have to, replicate what we've done here. So paste it in here. This one has to do the contacts. I think contact and FAQ. We have the press. We have the affiliates. And there we go. We have the mall. We have the airline fees, whatever that is. We have the airline itself. And finally, we have the low fail tips, right? So that's about it. And here we basically have the icons. You have to display those as well. Okay, social icon. So we'll just put this side by side, I think. Let's make it easier. So here it basically has two other things. There's a div, a list of all the icons, I think. So the Facebook icon, social icon, so you can just say social icon, come in here and do so Facebook icon, Instagram icon, so gap is 4, and item center, right? So this should give us a proper view of X icon. Oh, all right. So basically, I have it. We just have to rename it to X icon. Oh my God. Okay, so you click on it and you want to rename it to X icon. Okay, so what do we have? Just make sure everything is coming in as necessary. Okay, that's good, not bad. So the other part has to do with the other section of it, right? So we can copy this, discover our app, and yeah. So basically, we could just grab these as text or whatever. But they are buttons. I will just create it. So text gray and I think light gray. So I like so I have the font. I think 500. Alright, so we have the text to be 1.25 rem, right? So yeah, that should give us pretty much an idea of how that should be. Good. So the other part we want to worry about is the second to last part, which is this. So we just create a what's it called? Social icon. This is the this is social icon, this is the text, right? So this should be the div. So we can make it 2, right? Probably just replicate what we already have on top or the bottom. So we basically have this, we can copy this and paste it right there. Right, so this has to be the Google Play icon, if I'm not mistaken. Google Play, Google Play icon. Google Play icon. So we can just put this here. Right. So yeah, once we have that, we can play around with every other thing we will be needing. So we have an actual div. Yeah, it says get it on. 2 text, I think. So we have to get it on, and we have the Google Play. Google Play. So we could just do it, don't worry about it. We will get it on, doesn't really matter. Yeah, why I will just transform the entire thing to uppercase. The same thing we can do here as well. So uppercase, right? And first R4. Onboard text right, so we can just like replicate this as well here. Onboard can just be, put those 700 here, a normal, so nothing should be done in the other one. So BG light black, I think. Black. And okay, so let's see what we have so far. So let's wrap your image tag in a div for proper boxing. Okay, so what do we have now? We have to just position this at the middle, I think. So item center, we'll position that at the exact middle, and let's see some roundedness. I think this is round, whether it just, so we can actually use that. Okay, so this one between here and here is like 1.06, right? Right? So on the top is basically very small, 0.58. So py is like 0.58 rem, and that should give us that. So let's give it a fixed width. The width here is like 6.6875 rem. Let's copy that. Okay, so basically need to give our own much more, width. Let's do 12. Okay, not bad. So the rounded seems to be an issue. Rounded here is very large compared to what I'm saying. So rounded. Let's try that. Okay, this makes much sense compared to the other part. Right, so get it on gameplay, and let's make sure that there are no problems whatsoever. Let's give it a proper 7, 8, I think. Okay, so that's not bad at all. Alright, so we have something very similar like this. So we could just duplicate that, and yeah, so let's have all of this available on the Apple Play Store. Hmm. Okay, I think it's more like Apple. I think. App icon. Okay, so it's the app, the app icon basically. So we have the app icon right there, and then yeah, that should give us an idea, right? So let's give it. We need to have the same width, right? Good. Okay, so let's see what we have. Form. Okay, so it's now left for us to position all of them properly. All right, so this is pretty much easy to do. All we have to do is to focus on everything we're using, right, and just start it. Justify between, and let's give it a proper gap of like 8 in between. Let's column and reflex row. So want to make sure that this basically enjoy the flex grow. That way grows fills the entire width, I think. Okay, so something seems to be missing. Let's correct that real quick. Okay. So now, distance between here and here, 1.19. 1.19 rem, right? So that will give us a much more proper flow. And yeah, I just noticed. So the px can actually reduce the px that was used here, I think. In here. Yeah, the py was too much. Get back to the previous py. Okay, so what else we need is the actual. We can just position this at the said middle. Yeah, we can do that. Okay, so it's not really moving. Let's investigate that. So it's all flex column, not that. And let's cover our app. Yeah, it's empty center. I should fix it. Okay. So the width, it seems to be too much. I can reduce it. Okay, so make it obviously 14. Okay, so that's pretty decent. And there we go. So the gap in between doesn't seem to be that much, which is okay. Small screens, let's see the madness. So we have all of this, and yeah, for this really, I want to make sure this column as well. It's small and basically have to stack. Okay, and finally we have to make sure that what we have, it's the font size seems very small compared to what I'm used to. And let's check the font size for this. That. When I check the actual font size for it seems to be way smaller than expected. So that's why it was able to contain. So let's say 0.4 rem as a text. 0.7, I think. Yeah, something like that, right? Something like that. So the same thing applies here. I see. Now I see it quite clearly. So we'll do the same thing here as well. So we have to now reduce the width. It's just way too much. 12. 9. Okay, so we could do 11. 11 can be a common ground. Okay, so that is completely fine. And then finally we have the rights reserve part, and then we can call it a day. It's fantastic to finally come to the end of this lesson, right? So I think if that one we can just place it here. Doesn't really matter. Oh, it doesn't have to be a row. So this is section. This is a div. Oh, that gives you a different row, I think. So we can just put it right here. So we could put this section and call this a div. So we can grab this and put it within here, I think. Right? So the distance between here and here should be determined. Right? The distance between here and here is roughly 5.25. So 5.25 rem, so you can just do that easily. Alright, so that should do it for us. And yeah, test lights are gray. Test light gray. Yeah. It's on 5 RAM. 7.875 RAM. And font 500. So this has to be placed at the center, I think. And the flex justify center. Okay, so this number between here and the actual bottom, something 5ish. So we can just do my margin top and margin bottom to suit that. Yeah, something seems not to be right. Light gray, text this, font 600. Okay, so something like that should be good, I think. Right, so that gives us a clearer picture of what we've been able to achieve today. And this as an extra tip, so whenever you're done with a project like this, I always advise you go through the entire flow again and make sure nothing is breaking, right? So you have to test for both the mobile view and then the desktop view. It always helps, because you doing it the first time does not mean it's always going to be the perfect outcome, right? So you can see now something looks broken already, which is very interesting, right? So let's see how we can fix that. So this is actually coming from here, so we should not be seeing this in the in a small screen. So this is under the top selling section, right? So we'll go there and go to top selling and destination card highlighted. So this is actually hidden medium block. Okay, I think we already hide it. We've already hidden it though. Oh, hidden, not this. Hidden. Okay. So that little fix the entire issue that it was having. Whichever one do we want to fix? Okay, so let's try to fix one of the things. That has to do with the background of the navigation, right? This actual background of the navigation, we have to fix it, right? So let's look for a way we can check that out on the UI, which is way much easier to debug. Background. Okay, so I just specify a background here and we should be good. So I'm going to use blue. I know what I'm doing. Oh, fantastic. Okay, you can see that we have a much more consistent flow. So let's drag this out. So you can actually undo this, copy this, and paste this in your editor for you to locate the actual location. So this is it here, navbar. Good. So you want to just use background primary. Okay, BG white, I think. So this should actually give us the actual white color. Alright, so this should give us the actual white color of the navigation. And then we tend to scroll and scroll and scroll. So everything still works as expected. Come in here, we have this, which is good. Play demo. This is for a small device. Make it responsive mode. Anyone with this kind of user interface, this kind of screen size, I mean. So one of the things I might love to do is Okay, so the navbar itself is sticky, right? But it doesn't really have, you know, a background attached to it, so it's completely fine, right? So it would be nice if we had like a little shadow. Let's see if we can fix that. But it's not a must. If it's not something that we can easily add, we can just let it go, right? So what I'm going to do real quick is to add a shadow to it. Shadow small, like a very small shadow. I see. If you do add that, it becomes really an issue, right? So, but then I can just do page white. Page white defeats the purpose of the actual design, right? So we have to leave it. Then I have another way to do it, but that's not in the scope of this tutorial. That has to do with me changing the on scroll. I have to basically add a background to it on scroll. So by default it's going to be like this. When merely you scroll on it, it's going to add that particular background to it. So yeah, wonderful. So I think this is it. And yeah, I kind of noticed a little bit of too much space right here. I think we can fix that before call it a day. So you can come in here, inspect. Oh no, what am I clicking? Inspect. So you can come here because of the size of the image itself. So it was really, let's see. Oh, well, actually I have access to each of them separately. That would have been nice. But what we did was to have the entire stuff. Yeah, the entire stuff basically. Yeah. So it's fine. So what we can do on the front end is to basically push this to the top, right? So newsletter. So this is OMG. So my top 5 RAM. Okay, do we have that? Not sure if I notice anything move. So let's do 15 RAM. Not sure. Newsletter. This is the newsletter. Oh, it's actually moving, but very quite slow. Now let's see. Okay, I can see it's very problematic. That's why you have to be very careful with it. So this can actually occur if you are on say a very large device, right? So from a large device you can do that. Okay, so that's not really good, right? So we could do 10. Pretty decent. Should be enough space in between. Good. Yeah, so one other thing that I need to fix on mobile, I think, is the space in between. So like in here, we basically have this guy. Probably I have to position at the middle. Yeah, I think that will be nice. Alright, so let's fix that real quick. Or we just shift it to, alright, so we just shift it to the right a bit. Right, so this is it. We can go to testimonial card. So images. Okay, so on medium device you can do this, right? So let's just put it on top, I think. Okay, so that just makes it look way better than before, right? So the gap in between, we'll fix it. We can go to the page itself, gap, and the gap. So let's see how we reduce it on mobile screen. Okay, so we used lots of the gaps there, but except there are a lot of things that seem broken, but I think it has to do with the you know, trip in 3 easy steps. So the rest are pretty much okay, except this part. All the margin top will be broken, so we have to be very careful there. That might really be a real issue. So we can let go of the gap for now. And yeah, just like an extra adventure, you guys can check that out. But it's something that you basically have to investigate well and make sure it works on both desktop and mobile. So with that, we've come to the end of our lesson. And thank you guys for sticking around. We're able to achieve a very great milestone today. Thank you guys, and catch you on the next one.